Chapter 1. Sky Blue Planet. State of Huaxia. Garan Castle, Nanwen Street. In the afternoon, the mountain cities in the south love to rain. Wu Ming closed the glass door of the pet store and watched the rain fall on the black brick paved street. Then, he reluctantly turned on the TV. Welcome to Jialan TV. Here's some news. A Class D beast, the flame monkey, was found on Sky Dragon Mountain. It started a fire on its own and was defeated by 3 Class D beast tamers. Its whereabouts are unknown. Please be careful when you go out. A Class C treasure, the blue gem, was recently unearthed from the bottom of the Longwater River. It was lost in the Battle of the Azure Capital 300 years ago. It will be displayed in the exhibition hall next month. The super affordable store has been updated. Evolution food from Class F to Class D is available. You can get a discount if you buy more. There were many similar news articles and advertisements. But Wu Ming was too lazy to watch. He turned off the TV. It seemed that I can't go back. Wu Ming whispered with a bitter smile. Yes, he had transmigrated. He had transmigrated to this huge planet named Sky Blue. The technology and culture here were similar to the 21st century in his previous life. However, the standard of firearms was much worse. Up until now, nuclear weapons had not been developed. However, there was a type of beast that was more terrifying than firearms, especially the powerful Class S Beast Kings. They could easily destroy a city. They were no less powerful than nuclear weapons in his previous life. Fortunately, there were humans who could sign soul contracts with beasts to help them resist the beast crisis. This new class had a resounding name, Beast Tamer. Beasts that had signed a soul contract with a beast tamer were collectively called pets. They were the humans' loyal battle partners. However, Wu Ming was not a beast tamer. 3 days ago, after transmigrating, he had mysteriously become the manager of this pet store that provided ordinary food for pets. Pets were also living creatures and needed to eat. Ordinary food could provide a high amount of energy to meet the pet's daily needs. Above the regular food, there were evolution foods that could help pets evolve. Even the lowest level, F-level evolution food could cost up to 100,000 pet coins per serving. On the Sky Blue Planet, a hardworking white-collar worker would only earn 60,000 pet coins a year. That was how precious food was. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid knocks came from the door. Wu Ming hurriedly looked over. A tall, middle-aged woman, who was almost as fat as a ball and wearing a crystal necklace, brutally smashed open the glass door, causing the hinges of the door to creak as if they couldn't bear the weight. It seemed that the door was already broken. She glanced at Wu Ming contemptuously, then looked at the list in her hand. She sneered. 3 days ago, that damned old man sold this pet store to a poor young man. So, that young man is you. The middle-aged woman sized up Wu Ming and found that he was 185 meters tall, with a well-built body and a chiseled face. He was a real handsome guy. Her eyes immediately lit up and she licked her lips. So, you're a handsome guy, but I don't care if you're handsome or not. You have 3 days to pay the rent for next year. 100,000 pet coins, not one less. Otherwise, I'll chase you out. When the time comes, you can't blame anyone if you're caught and eaten by a passing, flying, ferocious beast. Wu Ming frowned after hearing those sarcastic words. This fat woman was a well-known landlady on this street. She owned dozens of stores for rent. She was rude and unkind. Just as the fat woman said, this world was dangerous, especially at night. If he was kicked out and had no place to stay, there was a high chance that he would be killed by beasts at night. Wu Ming wanted to pay the rent as well. But the problem was, after he traveled to this world, he was penniless. This pet store was on the verge of closing down due to poor management. Even if he sold it, no one would be willing to pay for it. Rent? Not even a penny. At this thought, Wu Ming clenched and unclenched his fists. He said helplessly, I don't have any money right now. No money? Huh, I can see that. The fat woman laughed so hard that the fat on her body jiggled. But you're quite handsome and strong. Come to my villa in the southern suburbs tonight and keep me company. I'll waive 1 day's rent. Looking at the fat woman's disgusting face, Wu Ming wanted to punch her. But if he did that, he would end up in a miserable state. What? Haven't you thought about it? The fat woman crossed her arms and tapped the ground with her toes. Her voice was like a landslide in Wu Ming's ears. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be boiling. Do I really have to do that for rent? It's fine if it's a pretty girl, but this person... Ugh, I won't do it even if I die. Wu Ming looked at the fat woman's ugly face and felt nauseous. Ding! Pet Unlimited Evolution System activated. Binding to host Wu Ming. Ding! Binding successful. The mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wu Ming's mind. As a transmigrator, how could Wu Ming not know about the system? This kind of existence that transcended common sense was usually only possessed by the heavens' favorites. But now he actually encountered one. In an instant, Wu Ming's eyes lit up. At this time, the system's voice resounded. This system was created by a higher dimensional expert. It specializes in nurturing pets and possesses various recipes for pet evolution. By consuming evolution points and specific medicinal ingredients, the system can produce pet food with recipes and continuously evolve various pets. The system paused for a moment before continuing. System binding. Host will be given a novice gift pack. It includes 100,000 pet coins, 100 evolution points, 100 system storage space, and 1 F-rank pet ghost cat, permanently bound. As the system's voice sounded, Wu Ming revealed a smile. Although he did not know why the system chose him, he had already reached this point. Who would care so much? Wu Ming, don't try to act stupid and muddle your way through. Either you hand over the money or you hand over the person. The fat woman laughed strangely. Wu Ming did not speak. He looked at the table, where an adult black cat had appeared. It was licking its little paws. This was the F-rank ghost cat that the system had given to it. It had awakened 3 F-rank talents: invisibility, extreme speed, and iron claws. Because the ghost cat maintained its invisibility state, other than its master, Wu Ming, who could see it, ordinary people like the fat woman would not be able to sense that there was an F-rank pet standing on the table. Meow. Seeing that its master, Wu Ming, was being bullied, the cold ghost cat did not need to give any orders. It attacked so quickly that Wu Ming could not stop it in time. The ghost cat fiercely collided with the fat woman. The huge impact caused her 150 kilograms body to fly out and fall on the ground outside the door. Because it was raining heavily outside, the fat woman was instantly drenched. Ah, help! Someone's killing me. The fat woman screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The people nearby all looked over. However, when they saw that it was the fat woman who had fallen to the ground and was unable to get up because she was too fat, they covered their mouths and snickered. At the same time, they also cast looks of admiration and worry toward Wu Ming, who was walking out of the door. First of all, this strange young man who had suddenly appeared 3 days ago had done something that they had always wanted to do, but did not dare to do. However, if it was true that he had beaten up the fat woman, Wu Ming would definitely be punished by the law enforcement team. In serious cases, he might even be expelled from the Garan Castle. Chapter 2. I didn't do it. Wu Ming crossed his arms and stood in the corridor of the pet store. He wanted to stop the ghost cat, but it was too late. Moreover, he couldn't admit to it, or else he might be kicked out and put in danger. The ghost cat had been invisible the whole time. He wasn't afraid, even if they checked the surveillance cameras. The law enforcers would only see that the fat woman had taken the initiative to retreat, and Wu Ming had been 3 meters away from her the whole time. Who else could it be other than you? The fat woman was drenched in the rain. She pointed her large, oily finger at Wu Ming and roared hysterically. Then, she continued to let out rhythmic screams to attract the attention of the law enforcers. We are the law enforcers. What happened? Soon, a crisp voice was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Wu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. In the heavy rain, he saw a tall, mature beauty with short hair, wearing long boots and a black trench coat walking over. Behind her were 2 armed police officers. They stood in place like iron towers, cold and emotionless. At that moment, Wu Ming was surprised to find that the tall beauty wasn't drenched by the rain. Whenever rainwater fell, it would automatically separate when it was half a meter above her head. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! This is the first time the host has met a beast tamer. Eye of Insight has been unlocked. The host can see the basic attributes of various objects. Following that, the following lines of light blue text appeared in Wu Ming's vision frowny face name. Muwan level. E-rank Beast Tamer, Elite. Pet. E-rank Elemental Waterman. E-rank Water Manipulation Talent. Can blend into water and manipulate water elemental energy to defend against enemies. Can attack and defend at the same time. After reading these lines of text, Wu Ming finally understood why this beautiful law enforcer named Mu Wanru wasn't drenched by the rain. I'm a captain of the Garan Castle Law Enforcers, Mu Wanru. What happened just now? Mu Wanru flashed her ID card, her voice slightly cold. The plump woman had good eyesight. She could tell that Mu Wanru was a respectable beastmaster. She didn't dare to put on airs in front of someone of such high status. She hurriedly said, I came here today to ask for the rent, but this tenant called Wu Ming actually dared to hit me and even push me to the ground. Mu Wanru looked at Wu Ming. Is that so? Wu Ming immediately shook his head. I didn't do it. Besides, I don't have the ability to push down a 150 kilograms fat woman. Impossible. We were the only 2 people in the pet store. Who else could have done such a thing except for you? The fat woman made a scene. Wu Ming's expression did not change. Mu Wanru was also an expert in dealing with such matters. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Soon, she received a video. In the video, the fat woman entered the pet store and said something to Wu Ming that made Mu Wanru speechless. Then, all of a sudden, she fell to the ground as if she had been hit by a mass of air. This is the video sent by the law enforcement center. Wu Ming really didn't touch you. As for the specific reason, we can't conclude yet. This matter ends here. Mu Wanru directly closed the coffin and came to a conclusion. Every store had a camera installed by the law enforcement center. The camera was open 24/7. Usually, it was only used as a record. Only when something happened would the surveillance video be accessed. However, only members of the law enforcement team and the person involved could see it. No one else had the right to view it. Privacy was guaranteed. Because of this, the fat woman immediately felt guilty after seeing the video. Her chubby face trembled. She pointed at Wu Ming and shouted, Even if you didn't do it, you'll have to pay the 100,000 pet coins for the next year. If you can't pay in 3 days, you'll suffer. Don't forget, you signed a contract. With that said, the fat woman wriggled her way into her modified car and drove away in a huff. Wu Ming looked away and said to Mu Wanru, Thank you, Captain Mu. I only did what I had to do. Mu Wanru had a good impression of Wu Ming's calm attitude. Then, she walked into the pet store and looked around. Wu Ming speculated that Mu Wanru wouldn't be interested in an old pet store. She must be investigating why the fat woman fell to the ground out of nowhere. Luckily, I have the system space to put away the Cat of Hell. Also, with the system, the Cat of Hell did not leave any trace in the pet store. I don't think they will suspect me, Wu Ming said to himself. Just as he had expected, Mu Wanru looked around the pet store and found nothing. She nodded to Wu Ming and then disappeared into the heavy rain with her 2 team members. Only then did Wu Ming sit down on the sofa. He thought about what had happened that day and was sure that there were no loopholes for the time being. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to think about what to do next. Wu Ming said to himself. Since he was bound to the system, he had 100,000 pet coins, 100 evolution points, 100 system storage space, and an F-rank ghost cat. 100,000 pet coins was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. If it was a large amount, it could let an ordinary person live for several years. If it was a small amount, 100,000 pet coins could only be used to rent an ordinary store for a year in Garan Castle, where prices were rising day by day. After I transmigrated here, I signed a 1-year lease for this pet store. I can't go back on my word. Otherwise, I'll have to pay 3 times the price. That is to say, I have to pay 100,000 pet coins, or 300,000 pet coins for the breach of contract. I only have 100,000 pet coins. That's not enough to pay the breach of contract. Besides, even if I do have the money, giving 300,000 to that rude and unreasonable fat woman is letting her off too easily. I think it's better to pay the rent for a year first and find another place next year when the rent is due. But I still have a few days. I can use the 100,000 pet coins to make more money. It won't be too late to pay the rent later. Thinking of this, Wu Ming has made a decision. He focused his attention on the pet unlimited evolution system that was permanently bound to him. System, what are evolution points? Wu Ming asked in his mind. Evolution points are the designated currency of the system. You can use them in the system store or in the production of evolution food. They come from beasts, pets, herbs, and other things with magical powers, the system explained. Wu Ming's eyes glowed. Evolution food was indispensable for pets to evolve. It was amazing that the system store could sell such food. On the sky blue planet, every recipe for evolution food was the most precious information that could be sold at a sky-high price. With this in mind, Wu Ming opened the system store at once. A store that looked like a three-dimensional projection appeared in his sight. There were countless shelves with a dazzling array of products. Unfortunately, all of them were gray in color. Wu Ming realized that he couldn't afford them because the prices were too high. D-grade evolution food, Hand of Flames. After eating it, the pet can awaken the talent of the same rank and the same name. The pet can release a hand of flames with a temperature of 3,300 degrees Celsius. The price is 388 points. D-grade evolution food, Flying Wings. After eating it, the pet can awaken the talent of the same rank and the same name. The pet will grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Its speed will reach the D-grade. The price is 328 points. E-grade pet, Bald Eagle, is an unhatched and ownerless egg. Naturally, the pet will reach the E-grade when it reaches adulthood. The pet will gain the E-grade talent Extreme Speed and the E-grade talent King Kong talents. The price is 98 points. Wu Ming browsed through a lot. The products in the system store were all-encompassing. However, they were all of D, E, and F. Therefore, he asked, System, why aren't there any products of C and above for sale? Chapter 3. Right now, the host can only see the beginner system store. After unlocking the intermediate system store, the host can purchase Class A, B, and C pets. After unlocking the advanced system store, the host can purchase Class S, SS, and SSS pets. The system explained at once. Wu Ming understood. No wonder I can't see them. Right, were the unlocking conditions. The system explained, when the host's evolution points reach 10,000 and a Class D pet is trained, the intermediate system store will be unlocked. When the host's evolution points reach 1 million and a class of pet is trained, the advanced system store will be unlocked. Wu Ming was surprised to hear the two unlocking conditions. At the moment, he wasn't sure how difficult it was to obtain evolution points. However, unlocking the conditions for training a Class D pet in the intermediate system store was not easy. In the Huaxia country, Garan Castle was a third-tier city. The strongest pets in the entire Garan Castle were Class C pets. However, Class C pets alone were enough to intimidate most of the ferocious beasts in the area. They were the guardians of Garan Castle. Class D pets, which were second only to Class C, were considered tyrants in Garan Castle. Beast tamers who signed contracts with Class D pets were either rich or had important positions. They were truly important people. Training a Class D pet was not easy. It seems that to unlock the intermediate system store, I have to at least become a famous person in Garan Castle, Wu Ming said to himself. In the end, he set his sights on the cheapest Class F pet. Class F evolutionary food speed can increase a pet's speed to Class F, which is 28 meters per second. Price 38 points. Class F evolutionary food, sharp claws, can give a pet claws that are as hard as alloy steel. Can resist swords and spears. Price 38 points. Class F evolutionary food, flame, can awaken a pet's fire talent and release flames of 1,200 degrees Celsius. Price 38 points. After reading the description of the evolutionary food, Wu Ming had a better understanding of the pet's talent. Even the lowest Class F pet was a dangerous hunter. Right? Let me take a look at the ghost cat's attributes. Wu Ming's consciousness was immersed in the system space. He saw the ghost cat and used the Eye of Insight to check its attributes. Breed, ghost cat, unnamed. Rank, F rank pet, elite. Talents, F grade speed, 37 meters per second. F grade invisibility, F grade steel claws. With a running speed of 37 meters per second, invisibility and steel claws, the ghost cat's combat power can be said to be terrifying. Even the ferocious beasts in my previous life couldn't withstand a single attack from it. Wu Ming was shocked. Such a horrifying pet, and it was only at the F rank. Then, how terrifying would the higher E and D classes be? This world is really dangerous. Wu Ming took a deep breath. After thinking for a bit, Wu Ming spent 38 evolution points and bought a grade F rapid evolution food. The ingredients for the recipe immediately appeared in his line of sight. Speed food, F, recipe, red primrose X 150 grams, angelica fruit X 99 grams. Vitality fruit X 100 grams, and 15 other ingredients. Evolution points X5. Effect. Any pet that eats a Class F speed food will be able to reach Class F, that is, more than 28 meters per second. Pets that are good at speed will have an increase in the upper limit of their speed after eating the food. The effect cannot be stacked after multiple feeding. Each pet can only use this effect once. After reading the description of the recipe, Wu Ming scratched his head. Producing a grade F rapid evolution food requires 5 evolution points. That's a bit expensive. With that said, he began to look for ingredients on the shelves of the pet store. On the other side, on a dirty street, the landlady stopped her modified cart and squeezed her way into the smelly alley. She threw a bundle of money on the heads of 2 beggars and said harshly, "I want you to cripple a person for me. Once you're done, I'll give you another 10,000 pet coins." "Say it. Who's the target?" The 2 beggars immediately showed a vicious smile. The landlady threw down a photo. It was Wu Ming. Then she said, "The owner of the pet store on Nanwen Street. His name is Wu Ming. He's just an ordinary person. Can you do it?" "Don't worry. He's just an ordinary person. We wanderers can definitely do it. But it will take some time," one of the beggars with sideburns said. "Very good. I'll wait for your good news." The landlady smiled. Wanderers were a very dangerous type of ordinary person. Because they didn't have a fixed place to live, they were squeezed in the narrow alleys of Garan Castle and struggled at death's door. For money, they could do anything. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming rummaged through the store and finally gathered enough ingredients to make a grade F rapid evolution food. He was a bit surprised by this. As far as he knew, this pet store only sold ordinary food that was used to replenish the energy of pets. As for the ingredients, he didn't know when they were placed here. Wu Ming guessed that the previous owner left them here. Could it be that the previous owner was a trainer? Wu Ming speculated. Trainers were a profession that specialized in preparing evolution food. They didn't go to the battlefield. They specialized in researching the recipes of all kinds of food. Still, their existence was significant. Without trainers' efforts, it would be difficult for pets to evolve. After all, every pet was limited by its level. For example, the ghost cat's potential was at grade F, which meant that it would reach grade F when it reached adulthood. Unless it could obtain evolution food, it would remain at grade F for the rest of its life. From a certain point of view, the status of a beast tamer was even higher than that of a beastmaster, because in most cases, a beast tamer was also a decent beastmaster. Wu Ming didn't know if the previous owner was a trainer. He only remembered that the previous owner was an old man who loved to drink. After he traveled to this world, he signed a 1-year sublease contract before he could figure out the situation. Then, he became the owner of this pet store. As for the previous owner, the old man had already run away. "Since I'm here, I might as well take things as they come," Wu Ming said to himself. He looked at the camera on the wall and went into the bedroom. The store was 50 square meters. It wasn't big, but it was 5 meters tall. Therefore, the previous owner had modified the store into a 2-story structure. The bottom was the store, and the top was the bedroom, study, and so on. The law enforcement center would install cameras in every store but they wouldn't be so perverted as to install cameras in the bedrooms. Therefore, Wu Ming was finally relieved. He spread the herbs on a wooden table and asked, "System, what should I do next?" "Crush the herbs and mix them evenly. Then spend a certain amount of evolution points to make them react and become food," the system reminded him. Wu Ming did as he was told. He first took the tools from the store, weighed the herbs, crushed them, and mixed them evenly. Then, he put them into a reaction vessel. He pressed his hands on the sides of the reaction vessel and deducted 5 evolution points. In the next moment, Wu Ming felt a warm current flowing out from his hands. Under his surprised gaze, the herbs in the reaction vessel began to melt. Then, they condensed into 100 brown grains the size of soybeans. The aroma wafted through the air. Even Wu Ming wanted to take a bite. "System, can I eat it?" Wu Ming asked. "The evolution food contains powerful energy. If the host takes it directly, it will cause permanent damage to the body," the system reminded him. Wu Ming put away the idea of eating the evolution food. He put the Class F evolution food in a small wooden box, put a label on it, and went to the store. It was still raining outside. Wu Ming was about to close the door when he noticed that the glass door had been knocked askew by the fat woman. It was stuck and wouldn't close. What bad luck! Wu Ming didn't know what to say. He looked at the sky. It was already afternoon, and it was still raining heavily. He wouldn't be able to fix the door today. Therefore, Wu Ming sat on the couch and turned on his computer. He wanted to find a place where he could sell the Class F evolution food, and then look for materials to buy herbs to increase his evolution points. Tap, tap, tap. Right then, someone ran into the pet store. She was fast. Wu Ming had just stood up. Before he could dodge, a warm and soft chest bumped into him. Both of them fell to the ground. I'm sorry." It was a woman's voice, as clear and melodious as a lark's. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the person who was on top of him. Chapter 4. This was a girl dressed like a student. She blushed and quickly got up from Wu Ming's lap. She bowed and apologized. "I'm so sorry. I was running too fast, and the ground was slippery. That's why I accidentally bumped into you." Wu Ming came back to his senses from that softness and sized up the girl in front of him. She was about 18 years old. She was wearing the Jialan Pet Academy's beige checkered school uniform. She was tall and had cherry red lips. Her long hair was wet from the rain and was draped over her shoulders. However, she didn't look disheveled. Instead, she had a unique sense of beauty. He looked down and saw that the girl was holding a pair of high heels in one hand. Under the skirt was a pair of snow-white long legs. Her bare feet were very tempting. It was because she was running barefoot that she slipped. In the arms of the female student, there was also a snow-white fox, blinking a pair of big, watery eyes. Wu Ming was in a good mood when he saw that it was a pretty girl. He didn't mind her rudeness. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'm not hurt. Right? What's the matter?" With that said, Wu Ming looked at the girl again. He found that she looked familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. The girl bowed to Wu Ming and explained a reason. "It's raining heavily outside. I saw that only your pet store was open, so I came in to take shelter." "So, you're here to take shelter from the rain?" Wu Ming was a bit disappointed. He thought that she had come here specifically to ask for a VX size because he was too handsome. Then, he saw a wooden badge hanging on the girl's chest with a pin. He said in surprise, "You're a trainee beast tamer?" Trainee beast tamers were the most basic beast tamers. After 1 year of internship, they could be promoted to a full beast tamer and get a rating. As a full beast tamer, they could get a certain amount of subsidies every year. The female student looked at the badge on her chest. Her eyes were curved like crescent moons, and her smile was very healing. She said, "Not yet. I've been taking part in the preparatory Beastmaster comprehensive test recently. Today is the last test, but Xiao Bai is a little slow. The chances of him passing the test aren't high." The female student pointed at the little white fox in her arms. Wu Ming smiled. "I have an F-grade speed food. Do you want to buy it?" F-class speed food. The female student pushed her wet hair away from her forehead in surprise and asked, "Really?" "Of course it's true." After saying that, Wu Ming took out a small wooden box. After opening it, he placed it on the counter. A rich medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions. The little white fox in the arms of the female student immediately became spirited. It nimbly jumped to the side of the wooden box and looked at it with shining eyes. Since the female student had already signed a soul contract with Little White Fox, she could sense that the little white fox wanted to eat. She guessed that the contents of the wooden box must be F-class evolutionary food. Thus, the female student asked, "How many pet coins does one class F-speed food cost?" Wu Ming extended a finger. 100,000 pet coins. This was the official price. Wu Ming believed that female students would not find it expensive. The female student bit her red lips. Seeing her biting her lips, Wu Ming asked curiously, "Do you think it's too expensive?" "Yes and no." The female student bit her teeth. After thinking for a moment, she made up her mind. She took out her phone, waved it in front of Wu Ming, and said, "I'll pay with VX." Okay. Wu Ming didn't know why the female student hesitated. But on second thought, he realized that 100,000 pet coins was not a small amount. Even reserve beast tamers would have to grit their teeth and think about it. It seemed to be normal. Thus, Wu Ming took out his phone and showed the VX payment code. "Wait, why is this your personal account and not the pet store's payment code?" The female student was surprised. "Aren't you afraid that the owner of the pet store will find out?" Wu Ming put the store owner's ID on the table and smiled. "I am the owner of this pet store." "Ah, I see. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." The female student was embarrassed. Soon, the female student paid and sent a friend request to Wu Ming. But Wu Ming didn't notice it for the time being. Right then, the roaring sound of a sports car came from outside, which caught the attention of Wu Ming and the female student. "Yin Yin, what are you doing here?" The sports car braked suddenly and stopped in front of the pet store. A coquettishly dressed woman jumped out and ran into the store, shouting at the pretty female student. Then, she threw a disdainful look at Wu Ming. The female student asked the coquettish woman, "Nana, why are you here? I saw that it was raining heavily today. Aren't you going to take the reserve beast tamer exam?" "So, I drove along your usual route to pick you up. I saw that you were at the pet store, so I came right away," the coquettish woman said. She took the female student's hand and was about to leave. "Nana, don't be hasty. I'll let Frosty eat the F-grade speed food first," the female student said. "What? F-grade speed food for evolution? Yin Yin, where did you buy it? Don't tell me you bought it in this rundown store." The coquettish woman crossed her arms and looked around. She found that the pet store was very old. She showed disdain. Her name was Zhou Nana. Although she wasn't a beast tamer, she was a rich merchant's daughter. She was classmates and best friends with the female student. "Nana, don't say that." The female student pulled Zhou Nana's hand, then looked at Wu Ming with an apologetic look. "Boss, I'm sorry. Nana is just outspoken." She didn't mean anything else. Zhou Nana was not happy to hear that. She said, "Yin Yin, you're too naive. I'm worried that you'll be cheated. Let's go. I'll take you to the super affordable store. The evolution food there is recognized as the best." "Nana, there's no need. I've already bought the evolution food from this store. I just paid with VX." The female student pointed to the wooden box with the F-grade speed food on the counter. The little white fox stood next to the wooden box. Its eyes were glowing. It kept staring at the food in the wooden box. It wanted to eat it in one bite. "Yin Yin, I've told you. This store is not good. Don't waste your money here. You still owe someone 150,000 pet coins." Zhou Nana tried to stop her. With that said, Zhou Nana looked at Wu Ming and said coldly, "We don't want this F-grade speed food. Transfer the money back." Roar. Once it heard that it could not eat the evolutionary food in the wooden box, the little white fox immediately let out a low growl. It was like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. Just the ferocious aura alone made Zhou Nana's expression change drastically. She hurriedly took a few steps back. "Little White, why are you yelling at me?" Zhou Nana stepped back. The little white fox was usually docile, but it was a real pet. It had the potential to reach the E grade. At the moment, it had grown to the F grade. With a swing of its paw, it could leave a deep claw mark on a steel plate. At the moment, Wu Ming crossed his arms and said, "Do you know what it means to protect your food? This is it. The evolution food in our store is of high quality, much better than the food in other stores. The little white fox wants to eat it, but you stopped it. It's good enough that you didn't get knocked over. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me?" Zhou Nana was angered. She pointed at Wu Ming and scolded him. Roar. All of a sudden, the little white fox let out a deafening roar. It jumped up and knocked Zhou Nana to the ground. This scene not only frightened the female student, but also caused Zhou Nana to let out a shrill cry. Chapter 5. Yin Yin, save me. Zhou Nana was so scared that she peed on the spot. She shouted for the female student to save her life. She was really scared. This was a growing F-rank pet. If it went berserk, it could kill her with one claw. The female student hurriedly picked up the little white fox and used her slender jade-like hands to gently stroke the little white fox's head to calm it down. At the same time, she said, "Xiao Bai, don't scare Nana. Do you really want to eat this F-grade speed food? If so, hurry up and eat it. I've already paid for it." With that said, the female student smelled the speed food. It smelled so good that she wanted to take a few bites. But in the end, she held back. Hearing this, the little white fox wolfed down the food at once. As a pet, it could tell the quality of an evolution food. As soon as it entered the store, it had already smelled the fragrance of the F-rank speed food. It felt that the quality of this food was much higher than that of other places. It couldn't wait to eat it. As expected, when the little white fox finished the food, its aura changed. When it wagged its tail, it could even stir up a strong wind. When it walked, its 4 snow-white paws emitted a fluorescent light, as if it were stepping on a special energy ring. What an amazing evolution food. It worked in an instant. Little White, try the speed. The female student excitedly opened an app called Quick Test on her phone so that the little white fox would always be in the camera's range. She didn't even care about Zhou Nana, who was scared out of her wits. Whoosh! The little white fox ran back and forth on the floor of the pet store. It was so fast that it left a series of afterimages on the floor. Zhou Nana saw this and opened her eyes wide in astonishment. She didn't expect that the pet store that she despised could offer evolution food of a higher quality than the super affordable store. 10 seconds later. Beep beep. The test is over. Dear Beast Tamer, your pet's circling speed is 33 meters per second, which is 5 meters per second above the passing line. It has reached the excellent level of F-rank speed. Congratulations. The soft AI sound came out from the Quick Test app. Hearing that Xiao Bai's speed had really reached F-class, the female student was so happy that she jumped up and down. Zhou Nana opened her mouth wide in disbelief. This morning, she saw the little white fox test its speed with her own eyes. It was only 27 meters per second, almost reaching the passing line of 28 meters per second. But now, just by eating an F-grade speed food, his speed had increased by 6 meters per second. Was this pet store's food that good? The more she thought about it, the more shocked Zhou Nana became. At this moment, the rain stopped. The female student looked at the time, and her face slightly changed. She quickly picked up the little white fox and helped Zhou Nana, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "Nana, why are you still sitting on the ground? Ah, you're so scared that you peed. You're so annoying. It's fine if you saw it, but why did you have to say it out loud? It's so embarrassing." Zhou Nana really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The female student stuck out her tongue, embarrassed. Her snow-white neck was almost completely red. There was a hint of charm in her innocence. Wu Ming saw this and thought to himself that the girl was indeed a beauty. Not only did she have a good temper, but she was also so beautiful when she was embarrassed. Before leaving, the female student waved at Wu Ming and said, "Sir, we're leaving now. When I pass the test to become a reserve beast tamer, I will definitely recommend your store to my classmates." "Right. Remember to accept my friend request." With that said, the female student blushed. Holding the little white fox in one hand and the pair of high heels in the other, she supported Zhou Nana and ran away quickly. Friend request. Wu Ming was surprised. He took out his phone at once and saw a friend request from Mu Wanyan. Wu Ming accepted. Then he took a peek at Mu Wanyan's moments and saw photos of her with the little white fox, Zhou Nana, and many other beauties. Mu Wanyan, that's a nice name, and she's very pretty. Most importantly, she looks very similar to Captain Mu Wanru. Right? They can't be sisters, right? Wu Ming continued scrolling through his WeChat moments and found a photo of the female student, Mu Wanyan, and the captain of the law enforcement team, Mu Wanru. No wonder they look so similar, and they're both beast tamers. So they really are sisters. However, that person called Nana seemed a little strange when she looked at me when she left, Wu Ming said worriedly. He remembered that when Mu Wanyan supported Zhou Nana to leave, Zhou Nana turned around and glared at him fiercely. Wu Ming saw killing intent in her eyes. What a dangerous world. Accompanied by the roar of the V12 engine, the sports car sped away. Soon, the sports car stopped in a beautiful park. After seeing Mu Wanyan off, Zhou Nana closed the car door, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Hello, help me investigate a person. He lives on Nanwen Street and owns a pet store. The name on the store owner's license is Wu Ming. He's quite handsome and young. If this person doesn't have a strong background, you're responsible for getting rid of him. With that, Zhou Nana hung up the phone. Wu Ming didn't know that Zhou Nana had sent people to investigate him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. In this world, no one knew that he had a level F elite pet, Ghost Cat, which was like a shadowless killer. Even if he ran into a level E beast tamer, he could still put up a fight. At the moment, Wu Ming was sitting in front of his computer. He logged on to the pet web and clicked on Garan Castle to look for information related to ferocious beasts and herbs. He brewed a pot of jasmine tea. Finally, after drinking the third cup of tea, he found the relevant information. At the end of Garan Castle's Nanwen Street, there's a large wholesale market. I can get many low-level ferocious beasts and herbs there. Yes, this is the place. Wu Ming turned off his computer. Unwilling to give up, he tried to close the glass door that was jammed because of the landlady. However, after several attempts, he shook his head and set off for the wholesale market that was 1,000 meters away. Since the distance was close, Wu Ming got on the old 28-inch bicycle in the pet store and rode along the flagstone paved street. The wholesale market. This was a large brick building with white walls and a red roof. Wu Ming walked in. The smell of bacon, fish, herbs, and other smells assailed his nostrils. He looked around and noticed that there were many stalls in the wholesale market. They were selling ferocious beast claws, furs, jerky, herbs, and other materials. No wonder the smell was so strong. Open the insightful eyes. Wu Ming walked to a fat uncle's stall and used the insightful eyes to look at a wolf's claw that was as thick as a cow's leg. In his line of sight, the following lines of words appeared. Type: 1 claw of the netherwolf rank. Normal ferocious beast remarks. Can be converted into 0. 1 evolution point. Seeing that ferocious beast materials could be converted into evolution points, Wu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly asked, Boss, how much is this netherwolf's claw? Chapter 6. Young man, you have good eyes. You can tell that this is the claw of a ghost wolf. This is a treasure. I'm selling it cheap. You can take it home for only 998 pet coins. The chubby man smiled. Wu Ming glanced at the card with the words Ghost Wolf Claw written on it. Even if I don't know the value of this item, I'm not blind. However, 998 pet coins for 1 wolf claw, which could be converted into 0. 1 evolution points was a bit expensive for Wu Ming. According to this calculation, 1 evolution point is equivalent to about 10,000 pet coins, Wu Ming said to himself. He had done some calculations. The materials needed to make a Class F speed food would cost about 10,000 pet coins. At the moment, Wu Ming knew that 5 evolution points would cost about 50,000 pet coins. In other words, the cost of a Class F speed food was about 60,000 pet coins. After selling it, he could make a net profit of 40,000 pet coins. I'll buy 1 wolf claw. I'll pay with VX. Wu Ming soon made a decision. He wanted to buy 1 wolf claw and absorb it to see what effect it would have. Okay, I'll give you a discount. 988 pet coins, the chubby man said with a smile. Wu Ming almost stumbled and fell. The price was reduced from $998 to $988. Was this a discount of 99%? Sir, you're so stingy. Wu Ming complained as he paid with VX. The fat uncle just smiled and didn't say anything. Wu Ming continued to shop in the wholesale market. He would buy some materials that could be made in a Class F speed food as soon as he saw one. At the moment, Wu Ming had close to 200,000 pet coins in his account. Even if he paid 100,000 pet coins in 3 days, he would still have 100,000 left. He could use that as the startup capital for the development of the pet store. I have 57 evolution points left. I can make at least 11 Class F evolution food at a price of 1 million pet coins. After that, I'll spend money to buy materials from beasts to absorb the evolution points. Wu Ming felt that this was a better way to go. At the moment, outside the wholesale market, a scarred man wearing a black trench coat, sunglasses, and slick-back hair stared coldly at Wu Ming. He then compared it with the photo in his hand. Then he took out his phone and made a call. The target has been confirmed. A moment later, a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. There are too many people in the wholesale market. Find the right opportunity to act. An hour later, Wu Ming finished his shopping in the wholesale market and spent 50,000 pet coins to gather the raw materials for 5 sets of F-rank speed food. He was ready to return to the pet store. At this time, the sky had already darkened. There were not many pedestrians on Nanwen Street. If you go further, you will pass through a forest that is sparsely populated. When Wu Ming walked to the middle, a few burly men in tattered clothes suddenly jumped out from the bushes. They grabbed Wu Ming and dragged him into the woods. It's the Wanderers. They want to kill me? Wu Ming found that these Wanderers had already taken out sharp stones and were about to smash his head. There were no surveillance cameras in this place. If he was killed, it would be hard to find out who did it. However, Wu Ming didn't panic in the slightest. He had already released the spirit cat. It was completely hidden and was ready to rescue the Wanderers. However, at this moment, a giant bear pounced in from outside the bushes. With one slap, it smashed the heads of the Wanderers. All of them fell into the bushes, motionless. This sudden scene shocked Wu Ming. Big Bear, come back. A young man's voice came from outside the bushes. After the giant bear heard it, it obediently ran out. Wu Ming stopped the ghost cat that was about to attack and walked out of the bushes. He happened to see the giant bear standing obediently next to a young man with permed blonde hair. This young man was only 18 years old. Wu Ming activated the insightful eye at once to obtain the young man's information. Name, Huang Samba. Rank, F-rank beast tamer preparation. Pet, F-rank mighty bear innate talent. F-rank strength suppression. After Wu Ming finished reading the information, Huang Samba finally spoke. Hey, why are you being targeted by these Wanderers? Did you offend someone you shouldn't have? Wu Ming turned around to look at the dead Wanderers in the bushes, then looked at Huang Samba. The figures of the landlady and Zhou Nana popped up in his mind. Other than them, Wu Ming couldn't think of anyone else who would target him. It should be. Wu Ming muttered. Huang Samba jumped on the mighty bear's shoulder and turned around to say to Wu Ming, you better be careful. You won't be so lucky next time to meet a warm-hearted beast tamer like me. Wu Ming pointed at the bushes. What should we do with those people? Huang Samba laughed out loud. Don't tell me you don't know? In Garan Castle, the lowliest lives are wanderers with no status. No one cares if they die, and within 3 days, they'll be decomposed by scavenger beetles. Hearing this, Wu Ming's heart trembled. He finally realized the importance of status. If he wasn't the owner of a pet store and had an official status in residence, his life would be as worthless as grass. Okay, goodbye. Maybe we won't see each other again. Huang Samba finished speaking and was about to leave on the mighty bear. Wait, Wu Ming stopped Huang Samba. What? Huang Samba frowned. I have F-rank speed food. It's very effective. Do you want to try it? Wu Ming pointed at the mighty bear. Your pet is very strong, but it doesn't seem to be very fast. You have such good eyesight. How can you tell? Huang Samba thought more highly of Wu Ming. He felt that this guy wasn't simple. He didn't panic at all when facing the assassination of several wanderers. I'm a trainer, Wu Ming said. Huang Samba opened his eyes wide. He carefully sized up Wu Ming and eventually shook his head. Every trainer is a person of noble status. They have at least 8 bodyguards. You're too shabby, aren't you? Wu Ming burst into laughter. 8 bodyguards? Are they more powerful than my F-rank ghost cat? Wu Ming didn't need the help of the mighty bear. He could easily get out of trouble with the help of the ghost cat. If you don't believe me, come to my pet store. I can make you an F-rank speed food today, Wu Ming said. You're serious? Huang Samba jumped down from the mighty bear's shoulder. I'm warning you. You'll be expelled from Garan Castle if you sell substandard evolution food. Also, I saved your life. You have to give me a free ride. A free ride is impossible. At most, I'll give you a discount. Wu Ming was calm. He had the ghost cat. He didn't need Huang Samba's help. However, Wu Ming felt that Huang Samba was a warm-hearted person and a good person. He was thinking about how to cultivate him as a customer. TSK, so stingy. Huang Samba crossed his arms, but he didn't intend to leave. Obviously, he wanted to go to the pet store with Wu Ming. Wait for me. Wu Ming ran into the bushes and took out a stack of pet coins from the wanderer. He found that the coins were stained with the smell of mud. The scene of the landlady falling in front of the pet store appeared in his mind. So, it was the landlady who did it. You want to kill me? I'll make you pay the price in the future. Wu Ming clenched his fists. Not long after, Wu Ming and Huang Samba returned to the pet store. The people on the street saw the F-rank mighty bear and were all in awe. On the other side of the street, a man with a scar on his face wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses took out his phone. Hey, the target has something to do with an F-rank trainee. Tell them we can't deal with it for the time being. What? She's willing to pay more. Then we can wait for more opportunities. With that, the man hung up the phone and threw the cigarette, but on the ground. He grinned at the pet store and sat in the car to continue his surveillance. Chapter 7. At the pet store, Huang Samba was sitting on the couch, and the mighty bear was lying on the ground. They were watching Wu Ming weighing the ingredients at the counter. How come I find your mixing process is similar to other trainers? Your movements aren't clean at all. You're not just an apprentice, are you? Huang Samba asked in disbelief. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm an apprentice or a real trainer. Wu Ming smiled, but didn't argue. In less than 10 minutes, Wu Ming finished mixing the ingredients at the counter. He wasn't afraid of being caught by the cameras in the law enforcement center. On the contrary, he wanted people to know that he was a trainer. Originally, Wu Ming wanted to keep a low profile. However, after what happened that day, he realized the importance of being a trainer. He didn't try to hide his identity, but he wouldn't show off too much either. I'll make a fortune in silence. That was what Wu Ming was thinking at the moment. Huang Samba was bored of waiting. He turned on the TV and happened to see the Huaxia satellite TV. The beautiful and dignified host was reading a script. Next, we have a piece of news. Recently, Wu Tianxua, a rank A trainer, has announced a new way to mix evolutionary food. It has shocked the world, and many people are scrambling to imitate it. Please watch the video replay. As the host finished reading the script, a clear video replay was played on the TV. An old man with gray hair was seen putting the ingredients he had mixed into a bronze cauldron. He grabbed the handle of the cauldron, and his body began to glow. Many flames were ignited, melting the ingredients in the bronze cauldron and refining them into a golden food the size of an egg. In the end, the rank A trainer named Wu Tianxua picked up the food and said to the camera, "Hello, everyone. I am Wu Tianxua. This is a new way to mix food that I have learned from studying ancient alchemy. The effect is stable, and it is faster and more efficient than the usual boiling and crystallizing method. If you want to learn, please call." Wu Ming also saw the news. At first, he was stunned. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up. He had planned to avoid Huang Samba when he used his evolution points to mix food. However, it seemed that he didn't need to do so anymore. Ancient alchemy? Interesting. After reading the news, Huang Samba exclaimed, "No wonder he's a famous Class A trainer in the entire Huaxia. Many powerful Class A pets were trained by Mr. Wu Tianxua. I don't think many people in the entire Huaxia would dare to offend him." After sighing with emotion, Huang Samba looked at Wu Ming and said, "Brother, why haven't you started yet? The conventional boiling crystallization method takes at least 3 hours. Hurry up. I still have to rush home and make out with my girlfriend." Wu Ming revealed a mysterious smile. "Who told you that I used the boiling crystallization method?" Hearing this, Huang Samba put down the remote and pointed at the TV. He asked casually, "Are you using Master Wu's ancient alchemy as well?" "Okay." Wu Ming nodded. Huang Samba's eyes widened. Wu Ming placed the medicinal ingredients into the glass reactor and placed his hands on both sides. He confidently said, "Watch carefully." After saying this, Wu Ming deducted 5 evolution points. At first, Huang Samba didn't believe it. He even wanted to leave. However, not long after, he was shocked to find that the medicinal ingredients in the reactor had melted and combined with each other. They became 100 brown grains the size of soybeans. The aroma wafted through the air. Roar! The mighty bear, who was lying on the floor, opened its eyes. Its nose twitched a few times as it followed the source of the aroma. It immediately stood up and stared at the Class F food in the reactor. Because he had signed a soul contract with the mighty bear, Huang Samba immediately knew that the mighty bear wanted to eat it. Even if he was stupid, he could guess that the food was of high quality. God, is this really a new food mixing method that was born out of ancient alchemy? Huang Samba immediately went to the counter. Wu Ming calmly placed the food in a small wooden box and casually said, "I'll give you a 40% discount. It's only 60,000 pet coins." The mighty bear was sure that Wu Ming was selling the food to its master. It immediately let out an excited roar and urged Huang Samba to hurry up and buy it. However, Huang Samba stood in front of the counter, dumbfounded. "I don't even have 6,000 right now." After a moment of silence, Huang Samba swallowed his saliva. "Brother, how about I work for you? What do you think?" Wu Ming rolled his eyes. "Work? Previously, I almost couldn't even feed myself. So how could I feed you and a Herculean bear?" After a while, Wu Ming said to himself, "It's not a bad idea to train a subordinate. Besides, Huang Samba saved me on the way. This means that this guy isn't a bad guy. He's kind." With this in mind, Wu Ming put away the Class F food and said, "Okay, starting tomorrow, you will work for me. But for the time being, our pet store doesn't need your help. I can be your bodyguard for now." Huang Samba took off his vest at once and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong biceps. Then, in front of Wu Ming, he lifted the sofa that weighed hundreds of pounds over his head. "You that strong?" Wu Ming was surprised. Even without the mighty bear, Huang Samba could easily knock down a dozen people. In the car across the street, through the door, the man in the black windbreaker saw Huang Samba lift the sofa. He was so shocked that his sunglasses slipped off. He stared at Huang Samba and swallowed hard. The man took out his phone and said hurriedly, "Damn it, the friend of the owner of this pet store is so powerful. We're taking too much risk. We have to pay more or we won't do it." Soon, a voice came from the other end of the phone. The employer said that she doesn't lack money. Besides, it's impossible for a beast tamer to stay by the target's side all the time. She will only take action when the time is right. "Okay, no problem. As long as the employer is willing to pay more, I'll keep an eye on her even if it rains iron nails from the sky." The man in the black windbreaker hung up the phone, took out his lighter, lit a cigarette, and continued his surveillance. In the pet store, Huang Samba put down the sofa and asked proudly, "Boss, how is it?" "My strength is over 250 pounds. Wu Ming opened his eyes wide and asked, "Are you a freak? How else can you be so strong?" "Bro, you're a trainer. Don't you know that after we sign a contract with a pet, we can be strengthened?" Huang Samba sat on the sofa. "My mighty bear's strength has reached rank F, which is 10 tons. I can get an increase of about 1/40th, which is 250 pounds. Oh, it turns out to be like this." Wu Ming blinked. He had signed a contract with a ghost cat, so why couldn't he feel any increase? Before Wu Ming could figure out, Huang Samba asked again, "Bro, what do you think of me? I'm not bad as a bodyguard, right? Okay, come over tomorrow." Wu Ming nodded. Okay, then I'll go back first. You have to leave that rank F-speed food for me. Huang Samba was about to leave when he happened to see the store owner's certificate on the counter. He saw the name Wu Ming, and his eyes widened. Bro, you're not the grandson of Master Wu Tianxua, are you? Chapter 8. Wu Ming didn't know that Huang Samba was so imaginative that he thought he was the grandson of Master Trainer Wu Tianxua. I have nothing to do with Master Wu Tianxua. Okay, you can go back now. Wu Ming had started to tell him to leave. Don't rush me. At VX first. Huang Samba took out his phone. Wu Ming didn't know what to say, but he still added Huang Samba's VX. He saw that this guy's profile picture was of him and a girl with a smart hairstyle standing in front of a mighty bear. She must be the girlfriend that Huang Samba was talking about. After Huang Samba left, Wu Ming walked to the glass door of the pet store. He picked up a small hammer and knocked on the door. It seemed that the door could be closed again, but the sound would be harsh. Do you need help? A soft voice came from next to him. Wu Ming looked over and saw a beautiful girl wearing an apron. She was about 155 meters tall and was looking at him. This girl was in her 20s, but she still looked young. Because of her height, she looked like a little girl. Her eyes were full of longing for a better life. I'm a clerk from the tea shop next door. Right. My name is Wan Siu. I heard that you were fixing the door, so I came to ask if you needed any help. Wan Siu smiled sweetly. No need. I think it's fixed. Wu Ming closed the glass door. When he tried to open it again, he realized that he couldn't move it. Hey, why is it stuck? Wu Ming wanted to cry, but no tears would come out. If he couldn't open the door, wouldn't he have to sleep on the street tonight? That would be dangerous. Wan Siu covered her mouth and smiled. She walked to Wu Ming and brought with her fragrance. Let me open it with you. Thank you. Wu Ming scratched his head, embarrassed. Still, in order to open the door, he and Wan Siu grabbed the stainless steel door handle and pulled. 1, 2, 3. Both of them exerted their strength together. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The glass door finally gave in and was pulled open by two people. Wu Ming and Wan Siu fell backward due to inertia. Wu Ming landed first, and Wan Siu fell into his arms. Although they didn't kiss directly like in the TV series, at this moment, the two were very close. Wu Ming could smell the fragrance of Wan Siu's hair. As for Wan Siu, she found herself in Wu Ming's arms, and her face turned red. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and reading glasses walked out of the tea shop next door. Seeing Wan Siu fall into Wu Ming's arms, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded. Wan Siu, you vixen. You usually pretend to be pure in front of me, but now you're in the arms of the gigolo next door. You're really something. Did you throw yourself at him because you heard this gigolo knows a beast master? Hearing such harsh words, Wan Siu hurriedly stood up, her eyes red. She lowered her head and said in a soft voice, Manager, I didn't. Wu Ming also stood up, glaring at the tea shop owner next door. Thinking of how Wu Ming had a beast master as his backer, the tea shop owner immediately swallowed his saliva and pointed at the aggrieved Wan Siu, saying, Little vixen, if you don't accompany me tonight, I'll fire you tomorrow. Let's see where you can find a job then. Manager, don't. Wan Siu was so anxious that she was about to cry. The tea shop owner chuckled. Little vixen, think about it. Your rent is about to expire. Have you been cheated out of all your savings? Without a job and a place to live, you'll become a homeless person with no identity. You'll be trampled on by other homeless people in the alleys. Isn't that miserable? Speaking of this, the tea shop owner's reading glasses reflected a sinister light under the dim street lights. It was as if sharp swords were stabbing into Wan Siu's heart. She knelt on the ground and burst into tears. However, right at that moment, a pair of strong hands helped Wan Siu up. Then, she was hugged by a warm and strong hug. Wu Ming held Wan Siu in his arms and looked at the tea shop owner coldly. My pet store just so happens to be in need of an employee. Fire her, and I'll hire her on the spot. Hearing this, Wan Siu felt as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. She raised her head and stared at Wu Ming's handsome side profile, still in a daze. At that moment, she found this man to be quite reliable. You? The tea shop owner laughed so hard that he was trembling. Don't think that I don't know what happened today. You even dare to offend the landlady. You can't even save yourself if you can't pay the 100,000 in rent in 3 days. You want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Bah! Slap! All of a sudden, the tea shop owner felt someone patting his shoulder. He was about to push that person away when he realized that he had bumped into a wall. He couldn't move that person no matter how hard he tried. He turned around at once. The manager of the tea shop was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. He saw a huge bear over 2 meters tall, standing behind a yellow-haired young man. The hand that was on the tea shop owner's shoulder belonged to this yellow-haired young man. Beast? Beast tamer? The tea shop owner swallowed his saliva. His legs were trembling. Who did you say can't save themselves? Huang Samba grabbed the tea shop owner's shoulder and lifted him into the air. No matter how hard the tea shop owner struggled, he couldn't break free. Let me tell you something. Manager Wu Ming is my big brother. He is also a distinguished beast tamer. Any Class F evolutionary food can be sold for 100,000 pet coins. How can he not be able to pay the rent? Huang Samba tossed the tea shop owner to the wall, and he slid down slowly. What? Wu Ming is a beast tamer? How is that possible? If he is a beast tamer, why can't he pay the rent for the next year? The onlookers were surprised. Nanwen Street was just an ordinary street. It stretched for thousands of meters. However, this was the only area with shops. Many other places had yet to be developed. It was a place where the city and the countryside intersected. Even if there was a beast tamer, he or she would have run to the Garan Castle to open a shop in the city center where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Why would he or she run to this corner? However, looking at the mighty bear behind Huang Samba, the onlookers didn't dare to doubt it. Even though Huang Samba was just a reserve beast tamer, he still had strong combat abilities. He could enjoy subsidies every year. On the sky blue planet where ferocious beasts ran rampant, beast tamers were the ones with the highest status. Wan Xiu wiped away her tears. She bit her lips and looked at Wu Ming with hope. Are you really a beast tamer? Yes, a Class F beast tamer, although I haven't been certified by a professional organization. Wu Ming nodded. Impossible. The tea shop owner was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He would never believe that a poor kid like Wu Ming could be a noble beast tamer. How dare you be so stubborn? Huang Samba lifted the tea shop owner and threw him into the trash can. Let me out. Ah, it stinks. The tea shop owner fell into the trash can. Only half of his body was left struggling in the air. After a while, he crawled out of the trash can with a lot of trash in his mouth. He clenched his teeth and pointed at Wan Xiu. Stupid vixen, you are fired. Don't even think about getting a job in this lifetime. After saying that, the tea shop owner was afraid that Huang Samba would teach him a lesson again. He immediately ran back into the shop and threw out Wan Xiu's things before locking the door. Chapter 9. Wu Ming picked up Wan Xiu's belongings and handed them to her. Don't worry. If you want, you can come and work at my pet store. The salary won't be low. Thank you. Wan Xiu, after experiencing the previous blow and getting the present surprise, cried again. She hugged Wu Ming tightly and kept thanking him. At the moment, Wu Ming asked Huang Samba, You beat up the manager of the tea shop. Aren't you afraid that he'll tell the law enforcement team? Huang Samba rested his hands on his waist and said with a smile, What's the point of telling them? I'm a beast tamer. Besides, I only taught him a lesson. I didn't hurt his vital parts. Even if the law enforcement team were to come, they would only reprimand me. I didn't know that beast tamers had such privileges. Wu Ming's eyes flickered. Once again, he realized the huge gap in this world. Beast tamers and beast tamers were high and mighty. Even if they made mistakes, they could be dealt with lightly. So, it's not a bad idea to reveal my identity as a beast tamer. It can bring me a lot of convenience, Wu Ming said to himself. Then, he looked at Huang Samba and asked, Speaking of which, why did you come back? Huang Samba walked into the pet store and picked up a ponies from the sofa. I forgot my coat. I only remembered it when I reached another street. I hurried back and happened to run into this. After a pause, Huang Samba continued, Bro, in the future, don't be afraid when you run into this kind of thing. Just beat him up. You're a distinguished beast tamer. When you have more customers, you don't have to call for help if anyone dares to bully you. Those customers will help you. Right? I'm going home to make out with my girlfriend. Ha. With that said, Huang Samba looked back and forth between Wan Siyu and Wu Ming. He gave them an ambiguous smile. Wan Siyu lowered her head at once. Her face and beautiful neck had turned red. Ignore him. Sit down first. Wu Ming pointed to the sofa. Are we going to do it here? Wan Siyu's ears were red, and she used her hand to lift the hair on her cheek. It shouldn't be difficult to sit down, right? Wu Ming poured a glass of water for Wan Siyu and placed it on a coffee table. Only then did Wan Siyu realize that it was sit instead of do. Her face turned redder. She quickly sat on the sofa and drank a glass of water. It's almost evening now. I haven't eaten yet. What about you? Wu Ming asked. Wan Siyu nodded shyly and said, I don't either. Wu Ming put away the F-grade speed food on the counter, picked up the key, and said, Let's go, it's my treat. How can I let you come? I heard that. Before Wan Siyu could finish her sentence, she saw Wu Ming waving a stack of pet coins in his hand. Others say that I can't even afford the rent for the next year, but that's not the case. Sometimes don't believe in appearances. Wu Ming put away the pet coins. Wan Siyu replied with a and followed him. In the car across the street, the man in the black trench coat took out his phone. Hey, tell the employer that I'm not taking this job. The target is a trainer. How dare you ask me to beat up a trainer? I don't have my life to fight for her. What? 5 times the price? What's the use? 10 times the price. Okay, I'll try again. I'll find a chance to beat him up. Wu Ming didn't know that he was being targeted. At the moment, he took Wan Siyu to a nearby Malatang restaurant. They ordered dozens of pet coins worth of meat, vegetables, and some noodles. The two of them began to eat. I haven't eaten so much in a long time. Wan Siyu ate a string of meatballs. She was filled with happiness. Looking at her fair and rosy skin and her delicate face, Wu Ming couldn't help but think, I've been in this world for a few days. Why didn't I notice that there's such a beautiful girl next door before? As a man who had been single for 10,000 years, Wu Ming's heart was moved by Wan Siyu's happy eating and her beautiful smile. Still, he shook his head to get rid of these thoughts. Money is more important, Wu Ming said to himself. After dinner, Wan Siyu was ready to go home. Let me drive you home, Wu Ming said. While they were having dinner, Wu Ming learned that Wan Siyu had rented a room in the old residential area, which was only a few hundred meters away from the pet store. But it was late. Wu Ming didn't think it was safe for her to go home alone. After all, she was his future employee, and he had to take care of her. Besides, walking around after dinner could help with digestion. Hearing that the tall and handsome Wu Ming was going to drive her home, Wan Siyu lowered her head and said, Okay. In a car behind them, the man in the black trench coat put out the cigarette butt. He watched as the man and the woman walked into the alley next door and toward the old residential building in the distance. The man smiled evilly. He had seized the opportunity. In a small alley that was dozens of meters long, Wu Ming and Wan Siyu were walking. Since the alley was narrow, the two of them had to walk side by side. Once again, Wu Ming smelled the fragrance of Wan Siyu's hair. Wan Siyu had never been so close to a man. She blushed even more. She pressed her lips together, trying to say something. Thump, thump, thump. All of a sudden, they heard some hurried footsteps. Wu Ming and Wan Siyu saw a man wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a black trench coat running over from the other side of the alley. He was holding an iron rod in his hand and was about to swing it at Wu Ming's head. Wan Siyu had never encountered such a thing. She screamed at once. Wu Ming pulled Wan Siyu behind him at once. The ghost cat that had been following them stealthily went past them and swiped its sharp claws across the air. Clang! The iron rod was cut in half and sparks flew. This scene not only scared Wan Siyu, but also the man in the black trench coat. He didn't know how the iron rod was cut in half. But before the man in the black trench coat could figure it out, he felt as if his stomach was hit by a lead ball. His whole body flew out and fell heavily into the alley, unconscious. What happened? Wan Siyu's breathing almost stopped as she froze in place. Wu Ming patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we'll be fine." Wan Siyu didn't understand what Wu Ming meant. She was still immersed in the scene just now. Her breathing gradually quickened. Wu Ming walked over and turned on the flashlight. He found that the man in the black trench coat had rolled his eyes and was foaming at the mouth. If it wasn't for the ghost cat holding back, the man in the black trench coat would have died. Rummaging through the man's jacket pocket, Wu Ming found a business card with the words "Black Trench Coat Security Company" written on it. Those vagrants were hired by the landlady. Then the thugs of this security company should be hired by Zhou Nana. Wu Ming guessed the conspiracy behind this. At this time, Wan Siyu cautiously walked over. Her small face was full of worry and said, "Brother Wu, this man isn't dead, is he?" "He's not dead." Wu Ming shook his head. "He just fainted." Hearing that he was fine, Wan Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that if the man in the black trench coat died, it would implicate Wu Ming. Chapter 10. Ring, ring, ring. The man in the black windbreaker's phone rang. It was a call from someone with a nickname, Stupid Employer. Wu Ming curled his lips. He turned on the recording function on his phone and answered the call. "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? It's been so long and there's still no news. Have I wasted all my money?" Zhou Nana's voice came from the other end of the phone. When Wan Siyu heard this, she was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She knew that Wu Ming was recording, so she was very sensible and did not make a sound. Wu Ming picked up the man in the black windbreaker's phone and said, "Zhou Nana, right? You pissed your pants at the pet store today. Are your pants still wet?" The other end of the phone was silent. After a long time, Zhou Nana shouted, "Wu Ming, why are you answering the phone? Where's the security? Where's the security?" "He's asleep." Wu Ming curled his lips. "I don't think your hired thugs are good enough. They can't even beat me, and they want to teach me a lesson. What a joke." Zhou Nana was instantly enraged. "Wu Ming, just you wait. I have plenty of money. When the time comes, I'll hire a few more thugs. I'll definitely knock your teeth out one by one." Coldness glinted in Wu Ming's eyes when he heard how vicious this crazy woman was. He hung up the phone and ended the recording. "So, someone is trying to harm Brother Wu." Wan Siyu was worried. "Brother Wu," the person on the other end of the phone sounded rich. "What should we do? No matter how rich she is, can she compare to a trainer?" Wu Ming threw the man in the black windbreaker's phone to the ground. Wan Siyu thought about it. That was true. On the sky blue planet, beast tamers enjoyed the highest status. Beast tamers were on par with them. They were the powerful ones who could control the entire world. Not only that, there were times when a trainer could summon hundreds of beast tamers. That kind of extravagance and grandeur wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Even if Zhou Nana was rich, if she didn't have a powerful beastmaster backing her, she would surely be no match for Wu Ming, who was a beast tamer. Thinking of this, Wan Siyu let out a sigh of relief. Wu Ming said to Wan Siyu, "I'll take you home first, but after what happened tonight, I feel like I might not be able to sleep." Wan Siyu said in a low voice, "Ouch." At this moment, the man in the black windbreaker let out a wail and covered his stomach with his hand. He seems to be waking up." Wan Siyu was frightened. She picked up the iron bar on the ground and smashed it on the man's head. F***CK. Before the man in the black windbreaker could open his eyes, he felt another hit on his head and passed out. Wu Ming didn't expect Wan Siyu to be so fierce. He quickly pulled her out of the alley and sent Wan Siyu to the old residential area. "Brother Wu, I'll go home first. Do you want to come up for a cup of tea?" Wan Siyu asked. Wu Ming remembered that there was still a wolf claw in the system space that hadn't been converted. He was in a hurry to go back, so he waved his hand and said, "No, I'll have plenty of chances in the future, right? If you need money in the future, you can borrow it from me." "Okay." Wan Siyu quickly added VX to Wu Ming and went upstairs with light steps. Wu Ming took a detour and went back to the pet store. He closed the door and went up to the second floor. After closing the door, Wu Ming took out the wolf claw. "System, convert this wolf claw," Wu Ming said in his mind. The system asked, "Dear host, do you want to convert it fully or partially?" Wu Ming was stunned for a moment. He asked in his mind, "What's the difference?" The system explained, "Partial conversion is to convert the special energy in the wolf claw into evolution points. The surface of the wolf claw will look the same. If you convert it fully, the entire wolf claw will be absorbed and you will get evolution points and a material orb." Wu Ming was interested to hear this new term. He asked, "What is a material orb?" A material orb is a sphere that compresses matter and stores it in the system space. It has a high density and its atomic state is very stable. It is a very strong and special material, the system explained. So that's how it is. Then convert them all. Wu Ming ordered. "Please press the wolf claw with your hand," the system said. Wu Ming did as he was told. He pressed his hands on the wolf claw and said, "Convert it fully." Then, he noticed that the wolf claw disappeared as if it had been eroded by the wind. Ding! 0. 1 evolution point have been gained. You have received 1 material orb, the system said. Wu Ming reached out his hand and saw a black ball the size of a marble in his palm. It was very light, not as heavy as the wolf claw. System, the material orb is a special material that can change its weight. The upper limit is its original weight on the sky blue planet. The lower limit is that it can be shrunk to 1/10,000th of its original weight, the system said. Wu Ming opened his eyes wide. He realized how terrifying the material orb's function was. This marble-sized material orb was converted from the wolf claw. At first, it weighed 10 kilograms. If he could turn it to 0.01 kilograms and throw it with all his strength, then turn it back to 10 kilograms, the impact would be increased by 1,000 times. What did that mean? Even if Wu Ming was only a normal person, he could rely on this material orb to create an impact that was even stronger than a bullet. It seems like I have to convert all the materials in the future and turn them into material orbs as my trump card. Wu Ming put away the material orb and planned in his heart. After a while, Wu Ming tried to convert other materials, such as tables and chairs, but the system told him that the conversion had failed. You can only convert materials with evolution points. Normal materials cannot be converted into material orbs, the system said. Wu Ming suddenly understood. He took a shower and laid on the bed. He held the material orb in his hand and prepared to go to the wholesale market the next morning to get more materials from vicious beasts and convert them all into material orbs. In the alley, the man in the black windbreaker finally woke up. He rubbed his forehead and picked up the phone to make a call. Before he could even open his mouth, the other side had already started cursing. "What the hell are you doing? You can't even beat a normal person. Are you eating shit? Hurry up and get back to the company." The employer said that she wants Wild Wolf to personally take action. When a man in the black windbreaker heard this, he was stunned on the spot. "She wants to ask Wild Wolf to take action? I heard that Wild Wolf is one of the top 10 fighters in the black windbreaker security company. He has a pet called One-Eyed Wolf. Although it has not reached F rank, it is still very strong." "That's right. This time, Wild Wolf will take action. It will be absolutely foolproof. You good for nothing. Hurry up and come back." The person on the other side of the phone angrily hung up after saying this. The man in the black windbreaker swallowed his saliva and said to himself, "Even Wild Wolf has been dispatched. It seems like the employer is serious." After saying this, the man immediately held his aching stomach and returned to the black windbreaker security company. Chapter 11. At the pet store, Wu Ming let out the ghost cat to keep watch while he covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wu Ming had just gone downstairs when he saw a pretty girl standing outside the glass door, blowing on her hands. "Brother Wu, good morning." Wan Si waved at Wu Ming. Wu Ming went to open the door and asked, "Why are you up so early? You can work from 9 to 5. You don't have to go to 996. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." As soon as Wan Si came in, she swept and mopped the floor. She also cleaned the coffee table, the sofa, and the counter. Wu Ming was satisfied with this. "Sit down. Since you have decided to work here, we have to talk about the salary," Wu Ming said. "Okay." Wan Siyu was a bit nervous. She sat across from Wu Ming. She was so nervous that her hands were fidgeting with each other, and she kept her head down. How much do you get paid at the tea shop next door? Wu Ming finally asked. 2,000 pet coins a month, Wan Siyu said in a weak voice. Wu Ming opened his eyes wide. He found it hard to believe. 2,000 pet coins a month for such a hardworking girl? I'll give you 3,500 per month, Wu Ming said. At first, Wan Siyu was stunned. Then, she raised her head and stared at Wu Ming in disbelief. 2,500? That's quite high. Oh, wait, did I hear 3,500? You heard me right. 3,500 per month. This is just the base salary. You'll get a commission for every evolutionary food you sell. We can talk about this later, Wu Ming said. One evolutionary food was 100,000 pet coins. That was a net profit of 40,000. Even if only one evolutionary food was sold a month, the pet store could maintain a good profit throughout the year. It wouldn't be a problem to offer Wan Siyu 5,000. However, Wu Ming did not want to give too much at once. After all, Wan Siyu's previous salary was only 2,000 yuan. Now that it had risen to 3,500 yuan, it was almost double. For her, it was still within the acceptable range. If it was higher, it would definitely give her too much pressure. Moreover, this was only the basic salary. As long as Wan Siyu worked hard enough, the commission alone could easily exceed the basic salary. Upon hearing that there was a commission, Wan Siyu stood up happily and bowed to Wu Ming to express her gratitude. All right, if you agree, let's sign a simple contract. Wu Ming printed out 2 documents. These were the normal contracts on Planet Sky Blue. They were similar to a contract, but much simpler. There's even a contract? Wan Siyu was so excited that her heart raced. On Planet Sky Blue, not every job could get a contract. For example, when she worked at the tea shop next door, she didn't have a contract. If she made a mistake, her pay would be deducted. Everything was decided by the boss. In the end, she would be lucky to get 15,000, let alone 2,000. Thank you so much, Brother Wu. Wan Siyu was touched. Read the contract first. There are 2 copies. If you don't have any questions, sign it and put your thumbprint on it, Wu Ming reminded her. Wan Siyu checked the contract at once. It was all about benefits and job description, including paid leave, daily preparation of herbs, sales on the shelves, and so on. Soon, Wan Siyu signed her name and put her thumbprint on the contract. The rules on Planet Sky Blue were much simpler. With this contract, if there were any disputes, they could go to the law enforcement center and ask for help. Wu Ming stood up and extended his hand to Wan Siyu. Welcome to my pet store. From now on, you will be the first employee here. Brother Wu, I will work hard. Okay, let's get to work. The 2 shook hands. Wan Siyu put away the contract that belonged to her and began to work in the pet store. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, someone knocked on the door in a hurry. Wu Ming looked over and saw a fat person standing in front of the door. It was the landlady. He's still alive. The landlady saw Wan Siyu working at the counter and thought that Wu Ming was dead. She was happy, but then she saw Wu Ming coming out with a cup of tea. She was frightened. Pay the rent now. The landlady took out a contract. But you're still in the mood to drink tea. You must know that you have no money and want to enjoy your last moments in this place. Poor thing. Wan Siyu knew about the landlady. After all, the dozens of shops nearby all belonged to her. However, Wan Siyu couldn't help but refute the landlady after hearing her humiliating Wu Ming. Brother Wu is a rank F trainer. How can he not have money to pay the rent? Landlady, you are being unreasonable. Oh, a rank F trainer? With Wu Ming's wretched appearance, how could he be qualified to be a pet trainer? And you, little girl, how dare you talk to me like that? You must be tired of living. The landlady twisted her heavy body and was about to slap Wan Siyu's face. Wan Siyu dodged at once. Wu Ming was about to rush over, but he stopped because a young man with dyed yellow hair had appeared in the pet store. He grabbed the landlady's arm and flung her away. Bang! The landlady, who weighed 150 pounds, fell to the ground. How dare you touch me? I will kill you. The landlady screamed at the top of her lungs as she waved her hands. Help, help! The landlady kept shouting. When the people around heard the landlady's shrill voice and saw Huang Samba, who was a trainee beast tamer, no one dared to say a word. The manager of the tea shop next door ran out and was about to help when he saw Huang Samba looking over with his arms crossed. He was scared witless and ran back to the tea shop at once. "We're the law enforcement team. What happened here?" At this time, the captain with short hair, Mu Wanru, walked over. Behind her were two strong, combative police officers. This morning, Mu Wanru happened to take on a patrol mission. She had just arrived when she heard the dispute. "They hit me. Boo-hoo." The landlady saw Mu Wanru and immediately covered her face with her hands and cried. "I hit her." Huang Samba chuckled and admitted it directly. "The reason is that this fatty dared to hit my boss. As a bodyguard, it's reasonable for me to stop this kind of behavior in time, right?" Mu Wanru saw Huang Samba, and her expression changed. She said, "Huang Samba, it's you again. You just said that you were protecting your boss. Then, who is your boss?" Huang Samba pointed at Wu Ming, who was calmly drinking tea, and said, "My boss is Brother Wu. As for me, I'm the bodyguard of this pet store." "Captain Mu, how is it? I finally found a proper job, right? You're a trainee beast tamer, and you're protecting a normal person?" Mu Wanru found it unbelievable. "What? This yellow-haired guy is a trainee beast tamer?" When the landlady heard the conversation, she was so scared that she immediately stopped crying and looked at Huang Samba in shock. If Huang Samba was really a trainee beast tamer, this matter would be very disadvantageous for her. The landlady's face gradually turned pale at the thought. Chapter 12. Huang Samba could not be bothered with the landlady. Instead, he pointed at Wu Ming and said to Mu Wanru, "Brother Wu is an F-grade tamer. He's not an ordinary person." Tamer? This time, even Mu Wanru was surprised. On Heavenly Blue Planet, tamers were much rarer than beast tamers. Although beast masters are definitely the mainstream, being a beast tamer was also an indispensable profession. If what Huang Samba said was true, then today's incident was an ordinary person attacking a tamer. Mu Wanru already knew how to deal with it. Impossible. How can someone like Wu Ming be a noble tamer? If you have the guts, show me your tamer certificate. Otherwise, I'll go to the enforcement center and sue you. The landlady struggled to get up. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws like a big, stupid elephant. She was about to pounce on Wu Ming. "Aquamancer!" Mu Wanru suddenly yelled. A stream of water appeared behind Mu Wanru and tightly wrapped around the landlady. She was rooted to the spot and could not move. This was Mu Wanru's pet, an E-grade elemental waterman normally. It could merge into Mu Wanru's body. When it was used, the E-grade elemental waterman would be separated from her. "To be honest, I don't have a tamer certificate." Wu Ming finally spoke. "Ha ha ha! I knew you didn't have one. You're a liar from head to toe." The landlady laughed with her nose up in the air. Her face was full of disdain. "Wu Ming, impersonating a tamer will get you locked up. In the worst case, you'll be expelled." Mu Wanru frowned. Wu Ming looked indifferent. "I don't have a certificate, but that doesn't mean I'm not a tamer. Because I can make F-grade speed food." "Really?" Mu Wanru was doubtful. She was an E-level beast tamer. She was quite famous in the Garan castle. However, if she really met a beast tamer, she would be more respectful, even if the other party didn't have a certificate issued by the Pet Alliance. Wu Ming said, "Of course it's true." The landlady gritted her teeth and said, "I'd like to see how you prove it. It's too easy to prove that I'm a trainer. For example, I can concoct an F-grade speed food on the spot." Wu Ming put down the teacup, walked to the counter, and said to Wan Xiu, "Xiu, adjust these medicinal materials according to the formula for me. Not a gram less." "All right." Wan Xiu took a deep breath and adjusted her state of mind. According to the formula that Wu Ming had placed on the counter in advance, she took out the herbs, weighed, mashed, and mixed them. Wu Ming supervised from the side and gave a few pointers from time to time. When Mu Wanru saw this scene, she was extremely shocked. That was the recipe for evolution food. Wu Ming actually let this female shop assistant see it just like that. Wasn't he afraid that the recipe would be leaked? Countless questions attacked Mu Wanru's mind. For a moment, she forgot to think and stood in place, watching. Huang Samba also opened his eyes wide, not wanting to miss any details. The landlady wanted to curse, but her mouth was sealed by a stream of water. She could only cry out nonstop, in front of the counter. The meticulous Wan Siu continuously concocted the medicinal materials. Finally, all of them were done and placed in a glass reactor. "Brother Wu, it's done." Wan Siu wiped her sweat. Wu Ming took the reactor and said with a smile, "Not bad. Next, just watch me." After he finished speaking, Wu Ming coldly glanced at the landlady and said, "I just want to say that you're really ignorant." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming deducted 5 evolution points. Buzz. The reactor lightly trembled. Everyone was shocked to find that the medicinal materials in the reactor began to melt, becoming liquid. Then they began to harden, dry, and break into 100 soybean-sized grains. A rich fragrance instantly spread everywhere. Isn't this the ancient alchemy method of the A-rank master tamer Wu Tianxuo? How could Wu Ming? Right, Wu Tianxuo Wu Ming. Mu Wanru said in shock. Her small mouth opened because of her astonishment. She thought of something. That was that Wu Ming might be Master Wu Tianxuo's grandson. Even if he wasn't, they might be of the same race. Even if she took a step back and assumed that Wu Ming and Wu Tianxuo were not related, Wu Ming was still an outstanding tamer. It's done. Wu Ming poured the F-rank speed food in the reactor into a wooden box and placed it in front of Mu Wanru. You can take this and examine it to see if it's really an evolution food. There's no need to examine it. It's real. Also, even my pet, the water elemental, wants to eat it. Mu Wanru said with a face full of surprise. Hearing this, the landlady's face turned ashen. Wu Ming was actually an honorable tamer. It's over. Not only did I make a move against Wu Ming, but I also secretly hired someone to assassinate him. If this is found out, what should I do? The landlady became more and more frightened as she thought about it. I already proved that I'm a tamer. Then, this person attacked me. How should I deal with this? Wu Ming pointed at the landlady. Mu Wanru was very familiar with these regulations, so she immediately said, if a civilian attacks a tamer, a light punishment will be imprisonment for half a year. If a heavy punishment is severe, they will be stripped of their identity and be demoted to a wanderer. But because it was an attempt, they will probably be given a light punishment, about half a month to educate them. Hearing this, the landlady breathed a sigh of relief. Only half a month of imprisonment was tolerable. What if this person paid a wanderer to assassinate me in advance? Wu Ming took out a stack of money and threw it on the floor. This sound was like a thunderclap. The landlady saw the money on the floor. Her pupils shrank, and her chubby face almost turned into the color of pig liver. What do you have to say? Mu Wanru opened the water seal so that the landlady could speak. No, I didn't hire an assassin. This is a false accusation. The landlady roared hysterically, her eyes staring at Wu Ming. Since you say that you are innocent, then we will know after checking. Mu Wanru picked up the stack of money on the floor. According to the serial number, Mu Wanru used a special app on her phone to check. Immediately, she confirmed that this was the cash that the landlady had withdrawn from the pet bank some time ago. She hadn't spent it yet. Mu Wanru also checked the surveillance footage and found that the landlady stopped her car in front of a small alley. After she entered, she stayed for a while and then came out. Not long after, the wanderers took action. At the same time, Mu Wanru also asked 2 other combative police officers to go to the scene of the incident. Sure enough, they found the bodies of the wanderers. All the clues pointed to the landlady. The evidence was irrefutable. What else do you have to say? Mu Wanru looked serious. Faced with the irrefutable evidence and Wu Ming's noble identity as a tamer, the landlady's last line of defense collapsed. Her eyes went dark and she fainted. Slap! Huang Samba went up and slapped the landlady so hard that her cheeks swelled up. Then, he slapped her a second time and splashed her with a glass of water to wake her up. Mercy, Wu Ming. Honorable tamer, please forgive me. I can give you as much money as you want. I can even give you this pet store as long as you forgive me. The landlady knew that she couldn't argue. She quickly knelt down and begged for mercy with tears and snot. However, Wu Ming didn't bother to look at her. At this time, Mu Wanru announced loudly, "As a civilian, you hired assassins to assassinate a tamer. According to the rules of the Garan Castle, I will detain you as a member of the law enforcement team. Because of your bad attitude and refusal to admit your mistake, I will deprive you of your civilian identity and confiscate all your assets. You will be temporarily detained in the law enforcement center. After half a month, you will be expelled from the Garan Castle." "Ah!" The landlady screamed and fainted again. Mu Wanru's face was cold. "Take her away." The two cold-blooded combative police officers immediately took action. One on the left and one on the right, they held the landlady who was crying her heart out and sent her to the law enforcement center. "What's going on?" "Look, the landlady has been detained." "Ha, well done. She was always so rude and unreasonable. Now, she's getting her just desserts." The people in the nearby stores saw the landlady being taken away by the law enforcement team. They pointed at her, feeling proud and elated. Chapter 13. In the pet store, Mu Wanru smiled at Wu Ming. "So, you really are a trainer. Sorry for my rudeness." Wu Ming waved his hand. "Captain Mu, you're flattering me. Right? The landlady's property has been confiscated. What about the pet store?" "You don't have to worry about that. The confiscated property belongs to the mayor of Garan Castle. You can pay the rent directly on the website. Of course, if you get a trainer certificate, you can rent a small store with an annual rent of less than 200,000 yuan. Mu Wanru said something that made Wu Ming's eyes light up. "Rent-free? That's great." If it wasn't too troublesome, Wu Ming planned to get a trainer certificate. Mu Wanru nodded her delicate chin. "This is mainly to keep talents. After all, every trainer is a precious asset. If you want, you can even get a trainer certificate without taking the exam." If it were someone else, Mu Wanru wouldn't have bothered to explain so much. But Wu Ming was different. He was a genius trainer who had mastered a new method that was born out of ancient alchemy. He had a promising future. Mu Wanru seemed to be able to foresee the day when Wu Ming would become a master trainer. At that time, all he had to do was wave his hand, and there would be countless C, B, and a grade beast tamers under his command. Let alone a small Jialan city, even the entire southern province would have to bow down to his whims. Hearing that he could skip the exam, Wu Ming asked curiously, "Captain Mu, can I really skip the exam? You can already make an F-level speed food independently. You could be considered a real trainer. As long as you make an evolution food in front of the examiners of the Pet Alliance, you can get a certificate. It's like you're exempted from the exam," Mu Wanru explained. "So that's how it is." Wu Ming suddenly understood. "Right, let's add VX." Mu Wanru waved her phone. "Okay." Wu Ming took out his phone. The two of them added VX to each other. Wu Ming habitually opened his new friend's WeChat moments and found that Mu Wanru's posts all had Mu Wanyan's likes and comments. After taking a quick look, Wu Ming confirmed that the two were sisters. "So, Mu Wanyan is your sister," Wu Ming said with a smile. "You know Xiaoyan?" Mu Wanru was surprised. Wu Ming said, "Yesterday, the rain was too heavy. Your sister ran here to hide from the rain. I happened to concoct an F-grade speed food, so she bought one and raised Little White Fox's speed to F-grade, reaching 33 meters per second. Yeah, where did she get so much money to buy evolution food?" Mu Wanru was surprised. After a moment of silence, she said to Wu Ming, "Actually, I also want to buy an F-grade speed food. 100,000 pet coins." Wu Ming took out the evolution food. Mu Wanru paid and received the F-grade speed food. She opened the wooden box at once and said, "Water, eat it." The next second, a stream of water flowed out from Mu Wanru's body and turned into an elemental water figure. The elemental water figure slowly ate up the evolution food. Then, the surface of the elemental water figure glowed. Mu Wanru, who had signed a contract with the elemental water figure, immediately received the speed increase prompt. She smiled. "You are indeed a genius trainer. The speed food you concocted is quite effective. My water said that its speed should be 34 meters per second. Mu Wanru paused for a moment. Right? Do you have any other evolution food? Wu Ming nodded. Yes, but my pet store is still in the early stages of operation. I haven't bought many materials, and I can't concoct them for the time being. Then I will come back in the future. Mu Wanru waved her hand and left the pet store with the E-grade elemental water figure. After Mu Wanru left, Wan Siyu jumped for joy. Wow, it's open. Huang Samba also smiled happily and said, Brother Wu, I will follow you from now on. Okay, you sign a contract as well. Wu Ming printed 2 copies of the contract and handed them to Huang Samba. No problem. Huang Samba didn't even read the contract and signed it directly. Since then, the pet store had 3 people, including the owner, Wu Ming. The business had taken a turn for the better. There were still 3 sets of materials left. Wu Ming asked Wan Siyu to weigh and pound them according to the formula. After the adjustments were made, he deducted 15 evolution points and converted them into 3 F-grade speed food. At the moment, Huang Samba and the mighty bear were sitting on the couch, acting as guards. Wan Siyu was cleaning the pet store diligently. Wu Ming sat in front of the computer, searching for information. At the moment, he only had 32, 1 evolution points left. He couldn't even afford the formula for 1 F-grade evolution food. Wu Ming felt that he was poor. I have to sell the remaining 4 F-grade speed food. Right, one of them has to be given to Huang Samba. That is to say, I can only sell 3. Who should I sell them to? Wu Ming was in deep thought. Brother Wu, is there anything I can help you with? Huang Samba was bored to death and wanted to find something to do. Therefore, he asked, I want to sell the F-grade speed food. Do you know where I can quickly sell it? Wu Ming inquired. Of course, it's the super affordable shopping mall. That's the biggest shopping mall in the entire Garan Castle. I heard that it's a national chain. For example, the evolution food you made, Brother Wu, they can't wait to buy it at a high price and then sell it at a high price. Huang Samba couldn't stop talking about this. Okay, come with me to the super affordable shopping mall. Wu Ming made a decision. See you. Stay here and look after the store. If there's anything, contact me immediately. I'll go to the super affordable shopping mall with Huang Samba. Wu Ming said a few words and then left the pet store with Huang Samba. The 2 people and the bear walked along Nanwen Street for a few hundred meters. They waited at the bus stop for 10 minutes before taking a bus to the city center. On the bus, everyone looked at the mighty bear with awe. Half an hour later, the 2 got off the bus and appeared in front of a building that was about 100 meters high. It looked like a huge bowl that was upside down on the ground. This was the super affordable shopping mall. So, it's the Honorable Beast Tamers. Please come in. May I ask what service you need? As soon as the 2 entered the super affordable shopping mall, a woman wearing an office lady's uniform and exquisite makeup came over. She was very close to Wu Ming. A pair of proud breasts pressed against Wu Ming's arm. They were very soft. My brother Wu is a beast tamer. He's here to sell the best F-grade speed food. Huang Samba immediately explained the purpose of his visit. So, it's the Honorable Beast Tamer. Please come with me. The woman took Wu Ming's hand and led him to a private room upstairs in the lobby. Wu Ming took the opportunity to size up the super affordable shopping mall. He noticed that there were many people here, and all of them were accompanied by pets. However, most of them were just dabblers. They hadn't passed the Beast Tamer Reserve test. They didn't even have a rank. They were far inferior to Huang Samba. On the Sky Blue planet, as long as you had money, you could buy an ownerless pet egg. After hatching, you could sign a contract with the pet. However, such people could only be considered as pet enthusiasts. Only after passing all the Beast Tamers tests could they be considered as Beast Tamers. After a 1-year internship, they would have the opportunity to become an official F-grade Beast Tamer and enjoy special benefits. Soon, the group arrived upstairs. Chapter 14. Dong Dong Dong. The woman knocked on the door of a private room. Inside, a dignified middle-aged woman wearing glasses was sitting in front of a computer, looking through all kinds of information. Chairman Su, this is a tamer. She said she's here to sell F-grade speed food. The woman in the office lady's uniform introduced and walked out, closing the door on her way out. Hearing that a tamer had come, Chairman Su immediately stood up and welcomed her with a smile. "Oh, so it's the respected trainer. How should I address you?" Director Su walked up to him and asked with a fragrant breath. "My name is Wu Ming. My nickname is Tian Wu, and my name is Yue Ming." Wu Ming introduced himself, then pointed at Huang Sanba. "This is my bodyguard, Huang Sanba, a trainee beastmaster." Hearing that Wu Ming even had a beastmaster bodyguard, Chairman Su's smile became even wider. He immediately asked, "Then, Wu Ming, where is the evolution food you're planning to sell?" Wu Ming placed a wooden box on the table. Chairman Su opened the wooden box with his fingers raised. A rich fragrance immediately spread out. "It smells so good." Chairman Su blinked. He felt that the quality of the evolution food must be very high. He immediately picked up the phone and made a call. When the call connected, an old voice came from the other end. "Xiao Su, you're looking for me?" "Mr. Liu, I have an F-grade speed food here that I need you to appraise. I wonder if you're free now?" Chairman Su asked very politely. "Come over." Mr. Liu agreed. Chairman Su immediately hung up the phone. Holding the wooden box, he led Wu Ming and Huang Sanba to the elevator and went to the 10th floor underground, entering a heavily guarded laboratory. "You're here?" An old man in a white robe greeted them. He picked up the wooden box and dipped a wet cotton swab into the evolution food. He placed it on a special glass plate and installed it under a special electron microscope. The examination began. Old man Liu was wearing thick, black-framed reading glasses. Looking at the data displayed on the computer screen, his mouth opened wide in shock. "Oh my God! The molecular activity has reached 99%, and the quality of the special energy is superior. This F-class speed food is 30% better than low-grade evolution food." When old man Liu received the test results, his breathing quickened. "It's actually a superior grade." Chairman Su covered his mouth in surprise. Every batch of evolutionary food had different grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and superior grade. Currently, the evolutionary food being sold outside were mostly low grade and middle grade. As for the high grade and superior grade ones, they were all custom made and rarely sold to the public. Medium quality was 10% better than low quality, high quality was 20% better than low quality, and super quality was 30% better than low quality. For pets of the same species, relying on low-grade evolutionary food to increase their strength would not be able to keep up with using super-grade evolutionary food. "Who is the trainer?" Old man Liu took off his reading glasses and quickly asked. "That's me," Wu Ming answered. Old man Liu rushed over and held Wu Ming's hand as if he had seen a god. He said excitedly, "Please sell this evolutionary food to our super affordable store. I'm here to sell evolutionary food. There are 3 batches in total, and all of them are F-class speed food." Wu Ming took out 2 more wooden boxes. Old man Liu was so excited that he almost fainted while looking at the 3 batches of super-grade evolutionary food in front of him. He said, "The low-grade F-class evolutionary food is priced at 100,000 pet coins. These 3 batches are all of super-grade. We can sell them at 130,000 pet coins. What do you think?" "Sure." Wu Ming nodded. Truth be told, at first he didn't know about the different grades of evolutionary food. His original plan was to sell each batch of F-class speed food at 100,000 pet coins. As it turned out, he had made an extra 90,000 pet coins. "That won't do." Chairman Su stepped forward. The others looked at Chairman Su in surprise, especially old man Liu. He almost jumped up. "Su, these are super-grade evolutionary food. You can add 30,000 to the price, let alone 130,000 pet coins." Chairman Su smiled. "Mr. Liu, don't worry. I mean, 3 super-grade F-class speed food and 390,000 pet coins are too little. Let's round it up and make it 400,000. Also, I will give this Wu Ming an ordinary VIP card from our super affordable store. Apart from special labels, all other items will be 10% off." Old man Liu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wu Ming and Huang Samba looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. They both felt that they had made a profit this time. Okay, it's settled then. Old Man Liu left the 3 batches of F-class speed food in the lab, added a VX with Wu Ming, and closed the door to study. A moment later, in Chairman Su's office, Wu Ming received an ordinary silver VIP card and completed the real name registration. He also received a transfer of 400,000 from Chairman Su. Wu Ming, let's add a VX. If you miss me in the future, or if you need to sell evolutionary food, you can send me a private message. Chairman Su walked over and patted Wu Ming's chest. I will. Wu Ming smiled. He enjoyed the feeling of having a beauty close to him. The two chatted for a while before leaving Chairman Su's office. After Wu Ming and Huang Samba left, Chairman Su closed the door and picked up the phone. Hello. Help me find out about a person named Wu Ming. The more detailed the information, the better. What? It's not an assassination. This is our VIP customer. We need to know more about him to promote a deeper level of cooperation. Don't act recklessly. If necessary, you can protect him. Understand? In the super affordable store, Wu Ming and Huang Samba walked past various shops. Huang Samba occasionally blew a kiss to the beauties passing by. Seeing the mighty bear beside him, the beauties immediately smiled. In a short 10 minutes, you actually added 15 beauties to your VX. You really are a proper seductress. Wu Ming ridiculed. Huang Samba laughed and said, Brother Wu, this is called enjoy life to the fullest. Pick up more girls and stop talking nonsense. Wu Ming smiled and didn't say anything. All right, Brother Wu, do we need to buy anything? Huang Samba asked. That's 400,000. We can definitely eat a big meal tonight, right? Let's buy some herbs first. Then we'll have dinner together tonight. We'll definitely let you eat your fill. Wu Ming said with a smile. Hee, Brother Wu, you're the best. Huang Samba became happy. Then he went shopping with Wu Ming to buy herbs while chatting with the beauties that had just added him. With the super affordable store's normal VIP card, they could basically get a 10% discount in all the shops in the store. At this time, Wu Ming walked into a large store that specialized in herbs. In order to not waste time, he directly flashed his normal VIP card, and the clerk warmly welcomed him. These herbs are not bad. Wu Ming picked up a wooden box. There was a spirit ginseng inside. It wasn't expensive, only 30,000 pet coins. Ding! Detected 5 evolution points. Can be converted. Just as Wu Ming's hand was very close to the spirit ginseng, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 15. The spirit ginseng has so many evolution points. Wu Ming was stunned. He carefully sized up the spirit ginseng while activating the insightful eye. Type, spirit ginseng rank. Normal remark. Can be converted into 5 evolution points. This was the data he saw with the insightful eye. Wu Ming squinted his eyes and said, I want this spirit ginseng. Please pack it up. Yes, sir. The shop assistant immediately picked up the spirit ginseng and followed behind Wu Ming. Sir, do you need any other ingredients? Wu Ming nodded. Of course, but I need to slowly look at them. I'll buy them once I've selected them. With that said, Wu Ming continued to use the insightful eye to look at the ingredients in the store. He noticed that most of them only had 1 evolution points. Any ingredient that had more than 1 evolution point would cost more than 10,000 evolution points. In the end, Wu Ming selected 3 spirit ginseng and several other ingredients. They added up to more than 15 evolution points. After discounting, the price was only 100,000 beast coins. It was more cost-effective than transforming materials from vicious beasts. If he had transformed the corpse of a vicious beast, 15 evolution points would have cost him 150,000 beast coins. Now, it was less than a third of the original price. The shop assistant asked, Sir, do you need any other ingredients? Wu Ming shook his head and said, That's all. Pack it up. Okay. The shop assistant immediately packed up the items. Wu Ming hurriedly paid the bill in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. After receiving the ingredients, Wu Ming was very happy. Although he had spent 100,000 beast coins in an instant, he had bought ingredients that could be converted into 15 evolution points. It was quite profitable. Let's go to another store. Wu Ming and Huang Samba left the store and went to another store. This store was even larger and had more than 10,000 types of ingredients. There were also many customers inside. Wu Ming only needed to use the insightful eye to look at the ingredients and found that many of them had more than 5 evolution points. Welcome. The shop assistant immediately walked over and welcomed them with a smile. I want to buy 10 sets of the herbs on this list. Wu Ming handed a list to the shop assistant. That was the raw material for making F-grade speed food. The original price of 10 portions was only 100,000 pet coins. After the discount, the price would be 90,000. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant immediately filled the prescription according to the list. Huang Samba worriedly said, "Brother Wu, those are formulas. You're just going to show them to a medicine store clerk?" "Don't worry." Wu Ming waved his hand. Even if he published the formula for the F-grade speed food, no one would be able to produce it. This was because the most important material was evolution points. Other than Wu Ming, who had the system, the others did not have any evolution points. Knowing the recipe was meaningless, so there was no need to worry about the recipe being exposed. "Hello, these are the herbs you asked for." The shop assistant presented the herbs. Wu Ming paid 90,000 pet coins and chose some herbs that contained a large amount of evolution points. He spent another 110,000 pet coins. On their way back to the pet store, Huang Samba was holding 2 boxes of herbs. He couldn't stop grinning. "Brother Wu, you bought so many herbs. Remember to leave 1 set of F-grade speed food for me." 60,000 pet coins, Wu Ming said with a smile. Huang Samba pulled a long face when he heard that he couldn't get a free meal. When the two entered the pet store, a young man with a buzz cut was observing Wu Ming and Huang Samba through binoculars on a small hill a few hundred meters away. "I am Wild Wolf. I have confirmed the target. I will take action as soon as the Beastmaster bodyguards are not around." With that said, the young man with a buzz cut hung up. In the pet store, Wan Siu looked at the 2 boxes of herbs on the counter and took the initiative to sort them out. She got 10 sets of F-grade speed food, but there were still many herbs left. She didn't know what they were for. "Brother Wu, what are the rest of the herbs?" Wan Siu couldn't help but ask. Wu Ming said, "Put those herbs in separate boxes. I have other uses for them." "Well, okay." Wan Siu was well behaved. She did as she was told. Soon, it was time for lunch. Wu Ming ordered takeout. After the 3 of them were full, they continued to work in the store. Wu Ming said, "I'm going upstairs to take a nap. You guys go ahead. Tonight is the first time the pet store has a meal together. I will make sure you guys eat until you are full." "Yay!" Wan Siu jumped in joy. Huang Samba also became spirited. On the 2nd floor, Wu Ming closed the door. He spread the spirit ginseng and dozens of other herbs on the table and pressed his hands on them. "System, convert all of them." Ding. Conversion begins. In the next moment, the herbs that he had spent 210,000 pet coins on were converted into 35 evolution points. Including the remaining amount, he had a total of 67, 1 evolution points. At the same time, Wu Ming noticed that the spirit ball, which was originally 10 kilograms, had become 12 kilograms. It is time to buy new rank F evolution food. Wu Ming opened the system store. Rank F fire food, rank F ice food. Wu Ming looked at the dazzling variety of products. He continued to pick and choose. In the end, he chose a recipe called rank F defense food. He spent 38 evolution points to buy it. The relevant information immediately appeared in his line of sight. Defense food, rank F, recipe, Ning dragon bone flour X 65 grams, sandstone fruit X 78 grams, golden iron tree core X 120 grams, and 21 other herbs. Evolution points X5. Effect: when any pet eats a Class F defensive food, its own defense will reach Class F, and the hardness of its skin will reach the level of super alloy steel. At a critical moment, The pet can activate a defensive shield, and its defense will be doubled temporarily. The effect cannot be stacked after multiple feeding. Each pet can only use this effect once. Wu Ming smiled when he saw the relevant information. Although I only have 29. 1 evolution points left, I have an extra rank F defense food. The pet store's products have expanded. Wu Ming smiled. Next, he began to take an afternoon nap. Soon it was nighttime. Wu Ming took Huang Samba and Wan Xiu to a large restaurant several thousand meters away. They spent 2,000 pet coins and had a big meal. Brother Wu, let me drive you back, Huang Samba said. No need. Wu Ming waved his hand and gave a rank F speed food to Huang Samba. This is for you. Work hard in the future. When you have money, transfer it to me. Don't worry, Brother Wu. Huang Samba was overjoyed. Then, Wu Ming drove Wan Xiu back to the old residential area and went to the pet store by himself. But he didn't enter the pet store. Instead, he walked along Nanwen Street toward the remote woods in the distance. This is a good chance. The young man with the brush cut, who had been hiding in the dark, finally found a chance to follow Su Ping. In the woods, Wu Ming was sitting on a rock, playing with his phone, just like an ordinary young man who was taking a walk after dinner. At the moment, it was dark. There were no streetlights, so it was dim. 100 meters away, the young man with the brush cut took out his phone. Hello, there's a chance to kill the target. Do you want to kill him? Kill him at all costs. A woman's cold voice came from the phone. The young man with the brush cut hung up the phone and crept over like a ghost. Soon, he was 3 meters behind Wu Ming with a sharp dagger in his hand. Whoosh! The dagger pierced through the darkness and was about to pierce into the back of Wu Ming's head. Chapter 16. The dagger was fast. The distance of 3 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. After all, the young man with the buzz cut was a super bodyguard with the nickname Wild Wolf. He had almost passed the reserve beast tamer exam. He was not much weaker than Huang Samba. You finally couldn't help but make a move, Wu Ming said in a muffled voice. He turned around in the nick of time and looked at the wild wolf that was charging at him. There was no fear in his eyes, only coldness. Oh no, he knew I was sneaking up on him. He is a master. The wild wolf put away the dagger, turned around, and ran. However, in the next second, a cold light flashed across the wild wolf's neck. So fast, the wild wolf covered his neck and groaned. Then he fell to the ground. Up until the moment of his death, the wild wolf had no idea what had cut his neck. Meow. The sound of a cat meowing in the woods was eerie. Wu Ming walked over to the wild wolf's body and sighed. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for the fact that the wild wolf wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have asked the ghost cat to do it. The wild wolf had only himself to blame for this. He must be an assassin sent by Zhou Nana. You want to kill me? I will make you pay the price, Wu Ming said in a cold voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As a matter of fact, as early as half an hour ago, Wu Ming had known that he was being followed. He liked to keep the ghost cat by his side. Since the ghost cat could turn invisible, he was not afraid of being discovered. Since the ghost cat was highly vigilant, it had already noticed the wild wolf hundreds of meters away. Therefore, it had sent a warning signal to Wu Ming. Because of this, Wu Ming didn't go back to the pet store directly after eating. Instead, he pretended to go for a walk to lure out the wild wolf. Now, the hunt was complete. Wu Ming collected his thoughts. He squatted down next to the wild wolf's body, put his hands on its back, and said to himself, "System, convert all of it." In the blink of an eye, everything related to the wild wolf had been converted into a material ball, which had merged with the original one. The material ball weighed 140 kilograms. However, when Wu Ming activated his material orb talent, it was only equivalent to a small steel ball of 14 grams in his hand. What made Wu Ming pleasantly surprised was that he had obtained 0 evolution points from the wolf. Like this, he was left with 29, 5 evolution points. Maybe it's because the wolf has a pet, so it received energy feedback. That's why it has a special energy that could be converted into evolution points. Wu Ming felt that this was the reason. Soon, Wu Ming returned to the pet store. After releasing the ghost cat to keep watch, Wu Ming took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. Midnight, at the super affordable shopping mall, Director Sue was sitting in her office, looking at a secret document on her computer screen. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with shock. According to the latest news, the young lady of the Zhou family, Zhou Nana, sent the killer Wild Wolf to attack Wu Ming. However, there is no news of Wild Wolf now. It has been judged that he failed and is very likely dead. That night, Wu Ming was alone. How did he deal with Wild Wolf? Could it be that Wu Ming is also a beast tamer of a high rank? At the very least, he is an experienced beast tamer of the F rank or even E rank. Or Wu Ming has a very powerful person hiding around him. Huang Samba, the reserve beast tamer bodyguard, is probably just a cover. Director Su analyzed the information on the secret document and came to a conclusion. Wu Ming was not a simple person. She could only make friends with people like him, not enemies. It's good that I have a good attitude toward Wu Ming. I hope that our cooperation can last for a long time, Director Su whispered. She patted her proud chest, turned off her computer, and went down to the garage. She drove the Wild Bull sports car that was worth 3 million pet coins back to her villa. In a large villa, Zhou Nana was wearing pajamas. Her long legs were straddling the coffee table. She was holding her phone and quickly typing a message to a person with the username Sunglasses Bro. Zhou Nana, I heard that the mission failed? Sunglasses Bro. It's not final, but it's more or less a failure. Zhou Nana, what do you mean more or less a failure? Sunglasses Bro. There's no news from Wild Wolf. It's very likely that they were killed. Right before Wild Wolf took action, did he call you? Zhou Nana, yes. Sunglasses Bro. Then the mission failed. Zhou Nana, what do we do next? I paid 500,000 pet coins in advance. Sunglasses Bro, don't worry. After the mission failed, we will reevaluate the difficulty of this mission and send out even more powerful killers. Zhou Nana, what's the mission's level now? Sunglasses Bro, the latest news. The target is an F-grade tamer. She has a backup beast tamer as her bodyguard and can even kill Wild Wolf. The mission's difficulty is at least F-grade. Our black windbreaker security company can't handle it. Zhou Nana, then what's the use of you guys? Sunglasses Bro, our black windbreaker security company is mainly responsible for security. Assassination isn't our forte. But if we reevaluate the mission and submit it to the evil Lotus Assassin organization next door, we can send out F-grade killers. Zhou Nana, you mean there will be F-grade beast tamers as killers? Sunglasses Bro, of course. Zhou Nana, what's the price? Sunglasses Bro, fixed price, 3 million. In front of the screen, Zhou Nana took a deep breath and secretly cursed Sunglasses Bro for asking for so much. She almost wanted to spend money to reward Sunglasses Bro. After a long silence, she began to type, too expensive. Sunglasses Bro, would the second miss of the Zhou family be short of money? I remember that you poisoned your elder brother. It won't be long before you can inherit 80% of the Zhou Group's shares. Don't talk about 3 million. You can even afford 300 million, right? Zhou Nana, you F***king investigated me. Sunglasses Bro, don't worry. As the people behind the scenes, we have a good grasp of the news. Moreover, this matter has already spread in the underground assassin world. You don't have to be secretive when chatting with me. Zhou Nana, all right, 3 million it is. But I want to see that person die with my own eyes. Sunglasses Bro, I'll record a video for you. Soon, Zhou Nana put down her phone and ended the conversation with Sunglasses Bro. Heh, Wu Ming, you're just a little tamer. Do you think you're very powerful? You dare to offend me? I'll take your life. Zhou Nana let out a perverted laugh. Wu Ming didn't know that an F-grade killer would come. At this moment, he was hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly. On the table, the ghost cat lay there lazily, hiding its body. Even infrared detectors and thermal imaging couldn't detect it. It was like a cold-blooded killer. It had claws as hard and sharp as super alloy steel, a speed of 37 meters per second, and an invisibility talent. Even if an assassin approached it, he would be killed in one hit. Because of this, Wu Ming slept soundly. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up. He opened the glass door downstairs and found Wan Siyu standing in front of the door. "Brother Wu, I bought you breakfast with love." Wan Siyu took out the fried dough sticks and soy milk. They were still warm. Chapter 17. Thanks. I'll pay for your breakfast in the future. Wu Ming immediately sent Wan Siyu a 200 yuan red packet. Wan Siyu opened it and let out a wow sound. "Thank you, Brother Wu. This is the biggest red packet I've ever received in my life." Wan Siyu blushed. "Brother Wu, see you good morning." Huang Samba's voice came from outside the door, sounding weak. Wu Ming looked at Huang Samba and found that he had dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept the whole night. Wu Ming asked, "What's wrong with you?" Huang Samba yawned. "Last night, I drank with a few girls and chatted too much." Wu Ming immediately guessed the truth. "Chatted? I think you've been crazily attacking for the whole night." Huang Samba showed an embarrassed smile. He saw the soy milk and youtiao that Wan Siyu had put on the counter. Hungry, he immediately picked up a youtiao and ate it. "Huang Samba, how dare you eat it secretly? I bought it for Brother Wu." Wan Siyu angrily took away the remaining youtiao and soy milk. Huang Samba scratched his head. "Sorry, I thought you bought it for me." "Oomph, wishful thinking." Wan Siyu pouted her small mouth. "It's okay. Let's get busy first." Wu Ming smiled and opened the VX account. He found that there were still 3 to 400,000 pet coins in the account. So he made a list and handed it to Huang Samba. "Help me buy 5 sets of the materials on the list." With that, Wu Ming transferred 100,000 pet coins to Huang Samba and gave him an ordinary VIP card. Okay. As soon as Huang Samba heard that there was work to do, he slipped out at once. He rented a pickup truck on the street and drove the Mighty Bear to the super affordable shopping mall. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. The super affordable shopping mall has been updated again. This time, the exhibit is a rare F-grade speed food. Its quality is superior. It will be auctioned today. The starting price is 100,000 pet coins. The TV was broadcasting Jialan TV, the super affordable shopping mall's promotion, just as the show turned on. Wan Siyu wiped the table and exclaimed, "It's of superior quality. How amazing. I wonder if the evolution food in our pet store is of this grade." Wu Ming had a strange expression. He wanted to say that the advertising of the super affordable shopping mall was probably the one that had been sold to Mr. Su last night. But because he wasn't sure, Wu Ming didn't say anything. Not long after, Huang Samba came back. He put a medicine box on the counter and transferred another 55,000 to Wu Ming. "Brother Wu, the discounted price of the 5 sets of materials is 45,000. I'll transfer the rest of the money to you." "Okay." Wu Ming put down the remote control and looked serious. "Next, I'm going to concoct an F-grade defensive food. See you. Since this is my first time, just watch." "What?" Wan Siyu stared with her eyes wide open. Ever since she became an employee of the pet store, she had been staying up late to study and learn a lot about pets and evolution food. From what she knew, trainers who had mastered many evolutionary food recipes were in high demand. F-grade defensive food. Huang Samba was surprised. He hurried to the counter and watched as Wu Ming opened the medicine box. Wan Siyu was also standing there, ready to learn. Actually, concocting evolutionary food is quite simple. Of course, this is for trainers who have mastered special methods. Wu Ming explained as he sorted the materials. Wan Siyu and Huang Samba listened attentively like diligent students. In order to concoct the evolutionary food, the first step is to select the herbs, sort them, and weigh them. These tasks can be completed by any trainer apprentice. Wu Ming continued, but the next step is not simple. At the moment, Wu Ming had finished mixing the materials and put them in the reactor. The last step is usually the boiling and crystallization method. This method takes too long and is inefficient. It will be eliminated in the future. Wu Ming pressed his hands on the walls of the reactor. The method I'm using is derived from ancient refining methods, but it is different from Master Wu Tianxua's. Speaking to this point, Wu Ming deducted 5 evolution points, leaving him with 24. 5 points. Under Wan Xiyu and Huang Samba's attentive gaze, the materials in the reactor seemed to be affected by a special magnetic field. They melted and fused together, turning into 100 soybean-sized grains. The fragrance assailed their nostrils. So mysterious. Wan Xiyu's face was filled with amazement. Brother Wu, what is the principle behind this? Huang Samba scratched his head and asked without hesitation. Wu Ming thought for a bit and explained, this is a magnetic field effect. When he said this, Wan Xiyu and Huang Samba were stunned. Magnetic field effect? Why does it sound so unreliable? They only heard Wu Ming explain, this is called a biological magnetic field. Normal people cannot control it. Only special trainers like us can control it. And this biological magnetic field can cause the materials to react and fuse, turning them into superior quality evolutionary food. All of this was made up by Wu Ming. His goal was obviously to give a reasonable explanation for his special ability. So it's like this. Huang Samba rubbed his chin and muttered thoughtfully, right, Brother Wu, can we learn it? Wu Ming put the F-class defensive food in the wooden box, shook his head, and said, not for the time being. I mastered the biomagnetic field because of a special situation. I haven't summed up a mature method to teach others. That's a pity. Huang Samba's face was filled with regret. If he could, he also wanted to become a trainer. Okay, this F-grade defensive food has been prepared. Huang Samba, do you want the mighty bear to try it? Wu Ming placed the wooden box containing the evolutionary food on the counter with a smile. Huang Samba opened his eyes wide. Can I? The mighty bear got up from the ground and placed its 2 huge paws on the counter. It eagerly looked at the evolutionary food, eager to take a bite. Of course you can, but 60,000 pet coins for one. You can continue to buy it on credit, Wu Ming said mysteriously. Huang Samba scratched his head. He felt that he owed more and more money. He might have to work for Wu Ming for the rest of his life to pay off his debt. However, Huang Samba was still very willing. In his opinion, Wu Ming was a genius trainer with great potential. His future was limitless. If he followed Wu Ming, his achievements would not be low. Thinking of this, Huang Samba said with a smile, okay, then I will continue to buy it on credit. In the future, I will work for Brother Wu to pay off my debt. Before the experiment, let's test the mighty bear's current defense first. Wu Ming began to instruct. Huang Samba understood immediately. He said to the mighty bear, Big bear, bear with it. With that said, Huang Samba took out a super alloy steel dagger and used all his strength to cut a wound on the mighty bear's paw. Then, Wu Ming had the mighty bear eat another F-grade defensive food. As the food went down its stomach, under the amazed gazes of the 3, the mighty bear's fur became brighter and more beautiful. There was even a lingering glow on its surface. In the blink of an eye, the glow disappeared. The wound on the bear's paw also healed during this process. Now, let's test the current defense, Wu Ming ordered. Huang Samba immediately raised the dagger and stabbed it into the bear's paw. Clang! The superalloy dagger directly broke. Chapter 18. The strength of superalloy steel was close to grade F defense. However, the dagger made of this material was actually broken by the mighty bear's palm. So powerful! Wan Xiyu covered her mouth in surprise. Wu Ming also lowered his head to look at the mighty bear's paw. Other than a white mark, there were no other injuries. This meant that after eating the grade F defense food, the mighty bear's defense was much stronger than superalloy steel. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to break the dagger. It really is grade F defense food. Could it be of superior quality as well? Huang Samba quickly asked. Also, Wan Xiyu was confused. Could it be that the grade F speed food from before was of superior quality as well? Huang Samba nodded and said, of course. Yesterday, when Brother Wu and I went to the super affordable store, the 3 sets of grade F speed food were all of superior quality. We sold them for a total of 400,000. Upon hearing this, Wan Siyu covered her mouth in surprise. She knew that Wu Ming and Huang Samba had gone out yesterday and had also made money. However, she didn't expect that they would make 400,000 in one go. Oh my God, some stores don't even make 400,000 in a year, but our pet store made it in one day? Wan Siyu's heart was pounding. She realized that following Wu Ming was indeed the right decision. Okay, you saw the process of mixing the grade F defense food just now. Siyu, help me mix the remaining 4 sets of ingredients. Wait for me to use the biomagnetic field to refine them into evolution food. Wu Ming gave a few instructions and sat to the side. Okay. Wan Siyu was very obedient, especially after witnessing Wu Ming's many extraordinary skills. She basically listened to Wu Ming's every word. Huang Samba sat on the sofa and said in boredom, "Brother Wu, is there anything I need to do now? Aren't you a trainee beast tamer? When can you become an official beast tamer?" Wu Ming asked. Actually, I could have become an official long ago, but every official F-tier beastmaster has to make a trip out of the city to hunt 10 ungraded savage beasts or 1 F-tier savage beast. I was too scared before, so I didn't dare to go out of the city to carry out missions alone. Huang Samba lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Wu Ming patted Huang Samba's shoulder. The F-class speed food and defense food it gave you have been digested by the mighty bear. Including its own F-class strength, it can be considered an elite F-class. It shouldn't be difficult to complete the mission, right? In fact, Wu Ming also wanted to leave the city. Just a single Hell Wolf's Claw gave him 0.1 evolution points. If he could kill a lot of unranked vicious beasts near Garan Castle, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of evolution points. At this stage, I don't have enough evolution points. If I had a few hundred or 1,000 evolution points, I could buy higher grade evolutionary food. Also, some of the high-grade evolutionary food materials can't be found in Garan Castle. They can only be found in the deep mountains and forests outside. Wu Ming thought to himself. At this moment, Huang Samba slapped his head. Right, Big Bear now has an F-tier defense, F-tier speed, and F-tier strength. As long as it doesn't encounter a group of F-tier or E-tier savage beasts, it won't be in danger. Brother Wu, I'll leave the city tomorrow. I also want to go out, Wu Ming said. As soon as these words came out, Wan Siyu and Huang Samba were both shocked. Brother Wu, you are a respected trainer. Under normal circumstances, you could just guard the rear. There's no need to go out of the city and take risks, Wan Siyu hurriedly persuaded. We have an F-tier elite pet, Big Bear, so we won't be in danger. Wu Ming didn't want to reveal the existence of the F-tier ghost cat for the time being. This was one of his trump cards and also the second last line of defense. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wu Ming didn't want people to know about the existence of the ghost cat. Brother Wu, I prepared 4 sets of F-tier defensive food materials. Not long after, Wan Siyu placed 4 bags of crushed and evenly mixed ingredients on the counter. Okay. Wu Ming picked up the reactor and deducted 20 evolution points. In less than half an hour, he had prepared 4 sets of F-tier defensive food materials. At this point, he only had a pitiful 5 evolution points left. Wu Ming put the 3 sets of evolutionary food materials into a wooden box, locked it in a suitcase, and handed it to Huang Samba. Take 3 sets of F-tier defensive food materials to the super affordable shopping center and sell them to Chairman Su. Go and come back early. Brother Wu, don't worry. I'll definitely do it. Huang Samba took the suitcase and went to the super affordable shopping center as fast as he could. See you do what you need to do. I'll go upstairs and take a look. With that, Wu Ming took the last set of F-tier defensive food materials to the 2nd floor and closed the door. On the table, the ghost cat removed its invisibility and lazily laid down on the floor. Your talents are invisibility, extreme speed, and steel claws. All of them are F-tier, but your defense is too weak. Therefore, this set of F-tier defensive food is for you to eat. Wu Ming opened the wooden box, and a fragrant smell floated out. The ghost cat received the order and immediately began to eat. Super affordable shopping center. Huang Samba placed the suitcase on Chairman Su's desk. After opening it, 3 sets of F-tier defensive food materials were revealed. What's this? Chairman Su hurriedly got up and looked around. Wu Ming didn't come? Brother Wu is resting. He said that he wants to sell these 3 sets of F-tier defensive food materials to your super affordable shopping center. He wants to see if you plan a bid. Huang Samba explained the purpose of his visit. Of course, but we still have to test the quality. Chairman Su picked up the suitcase and walked in front of Huang Samba while twisting his slender waist. Once again, he brought him to the laboratory on the 10th floor of the basement. As soon as old man Lu heard that he wanted to test the F-tier defensive food materials, he immediately put on his thick black-framed reading glasses, dipped a cotton swab in the food, and placed it on the testing instrument. Beep beep. Molecular activity 99%, quality superior. 10 seconds later, the electronic sound rang out. Old man Lu and Chairman Su once again opened their mouths in shock. It's also superior. The instrument didn't malfunction, right? Old man Lu patted the machine. To be on the safe side, he did a few more tests and found that the results were still the same. Oh my God, it's superior again. Old man Lu was so excited that he danced with joy. He grabbed Huang Samba's hand and said, Wu Ming is really amazing. Just based on this technique of steadily producing superior quality, evolutionary food materials, he is definitely second to none in our Garan castle. Seeing Chairman Su standing on the side in a daze, old man Lu hurriedly urged, Little Su, what are you doing? Hurry up and pay. Oh, okay. Chairman Su hurriedly twisted her slender waist and brought Huang Samba back to the office. She took out a bank card from the drawer and said, Please lead the way. I want to personally pay a visit to Wu Ming. Huang Samba suddenly opened his eyes wide. Are you sure you want to pay him a visit? Of course. Chairman Su nodded her delicate chin and smiled seductively. Although Chairman Su was over 30 years old, she took good care of herself. Coupled with her exquisite makeup and her proud figure, even Huang Samba, who had seen countless women, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, Huang Samba still took out his phone and made a call. Brother Wu, Chairman Su wants to pay you a visit. Do you think it's okay? Sure. Wu Ming's voice came from the other side of the phone. Chapter 19. Hearing that she could visit Su Ping, President Su looked out of the window at the prosperous Garan castle and put on a confident smile. She believed that if there was a first time, there would be a second time. As long as she visited Wu Ming's pet store more often, she would be able to rope him in as a high-quality supplier for the super affordable shopping mall. I'll drive. Do you need a ride? President Su picked up her purse that was worth hundreds of thousands, took out the key to the Wild Bull sports car, and waved it in front of Huang Samba. Never mind. Your small sports car won't be able to take us. Huang Samba really wanted to try the Wild Bull sports car that was worth hundreds of thousands. However, the mighty bear beside him was too big. It could only fit in a pickup truck. President Su smiled. Then, please send me your address. I'll go there first. As for you, I'll ask the security to drive you in a big M car. Sure. Huang Samba nodded. Nanwen Street. Boom. The deafening roar of the sports car was heard. It had become the most beautiful car on the street, attracting everyone's attention. Wow, it's a limited edition Wild Bull sports car. It must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? He's really rich. It was a sunny day. There were many people on the street who were attracted by the roaring sports car. The sports car stopped in front of the pet store, attracting everyone's astonishment. The scissor door was opened. The first thing that came into view was a pair of beautiful, slender legs. Then a sexy and mature woman with a strong aura got out of the sports car and knocked on the door of the pet store. Is Wu Ming here? I'm Su Qianqian from the super affordable shopping mall. I'm here to pay you a visit, President Su said. Hearing the respectful words, the onlookers opened their mouths so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. A beautiful woman with a net worth of tens of millions was so respectful to Wu Ming. Is Wu Ming really a pet trainer? Of course. Why else would an average person be treated like this by a rich woman? Why didn't the rich woman choose me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? The surrounding people were all discussing animatedly. At this time, Wu Ming opened the glass door and saw Su Qianqian's pair of white legs. Then his gaze moved up and swept across her proud bosom, and finally, her beautiful face. Why did President Su come in person? Wu Ming stepped aside to give Su Qianqian space to enter. Su Qianqian sat on the sofa with her legs together. She placed a bank card on the table and said, Wu Ming, this is the amount you need to pay to purchase 3 portions of superior quality F-grade defensive food. It's a total of 1 million yuan. Wan Xiu, who was about to make tea, felt her hand tremble. 1 million. That was the money that an ordinary person like her could only earn after working for 20 years. In Wan Xiu's opinion, 1 million was enough for her to buy a house in a remote town and live frugally for a few decades. But now, 3 portions of F-grade defensive food could be sold at this price. Wan Xiu felt more and more that working with Wu Ming was promising. However, Wu Ming picked up the bank card and frowned. 3 portions of F-grade defensive food would be 400,000 yuan at most. President Su, you've given too much money. It's not that much. President Su shook her head and looked at the time on the gauge. It's about time. Wu Ming, turn on a live broadcast on Jialan TV. You'll see how popular your evolutionary food is. See you, turn on the TV. Well, okay. Wan Xiu picked up the remote control and turned on Jialan TV. The next item to be auctioned is a portion of F-grade speed food made by a mysterious trainer. It has been appraised by a senior appraiser, Master Liu, and it's of superior quality. The starting price is 100,000 pet coins. Each increment must not be less than 5,000. Let the bidding begin. 105,000. 110,000. How dare you compete with me, you pauper? 130,000. 150,000. An auction was being broadcast live on Jialan TV. The item being auctioned was one of the 3 portions of F-grade speed food that Wu Ming had sold to the super affordable store. As a nationwide chain store, the super affordable store had a high reputation. As soon as they heard that the food was of superior quality, many beast tamers who didn't lack money participated in the bidding. In less than 5 minutes, the price had risen to 200,000. Gosh, that's twice the official price. Are beast tamers really that rich? Wan Xiu was still too inexperienced. She didn't understand the world of the rich and didn't realize the importance of superior quality, evolutionary food. Su Qianqian crossed her legs. Her fragrance drifted out. She smiled and said, "That's a superior quality, evolutionary food. On the sky blue planet, the effects of each type of evolutionary food can't be stacked. A portion of F-grade speed food can only be eaten once in a lifetime. Therefore, many rich beast tamers will try their best to choose superior quality, evolutionary food when training their pets. The pets trained this way are the strongest in all aspects. They are the real kings." At this point, Su Qianqian leaned forward slightly. "So, let alone twice the price, even if it's 3 or 5 times the price, as long as they have enough money, they will fight to buy it. 250,000. Is there a higher price? 300,000. 300,000 going once. 300,000. 500,000. The live broadcast was still going on. When someone shouted the high price of 500,000, Wan Xiu was already stunned. Even Wu Ming was surprised. He felt that the price had greatly exceeded his expectations. In Wu Ming's opinion, even if the food was auctioned, it could only reach 200,000 or 300,000 at most. But now, the price had reached 500,000. Wu Ming looked at the bank card again. He found that the 1 million inside seemed reasonable. "Congratulations, Mr. Li, for winning this superior quality F-grade speed food at the price of 600,000. In a while, we will also have F-grade defensive food for auction. The quality is also superior." Jialan TV's live broadcast was still going on. When the host revealed the news, the crowd participating in the auction below caused another sensation. At this time, Su Qianqian turned off the television. Wu Ming, do you think that 1 million for 3 sets of F-grade defensive food is high? Actually, it's not high at all. Su Qianqian stood up and was only half a meter away from Wu Ming. Her breath was like orchids. I came with sincerity. I hope to reach a long-term partnership with you. Wu Ming frowned. He thought to himself that Su Qianqian's purpose in coming here personally was indeed not pure. Although he felt that Su Qianqian's visit was sudden, Wu Ming still asked about the specifics of the cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Su Qianqian heard that there was hope. She pursed her red lips. Wu Ming, rest assured. The long-term cooperation we're talking about is just that we hope you can continue to sell your evolutionary food to our store. As long as we can keep getting the goods, we will be satisfied. She did not dare to force Wu Ming. As a shrewd woman, Su Qianqian knew Wu Ming's weight. To cooperate with him, one must stand at the same height or have a lower posture than Wu Ming. This way it would not cause disgust. Wu Ming realized that this was the case. He said, I can sell a part of the evolutionary food I make to your store. As for the price, I will give you the highest price. Su Qianqian immediately followed. Okay. Wu Ming reached out his hand and shook Su Qianqian's soft hand. Then they separated. Happy cooperation. Su Qianqian smiled like a flower. At this time, the roar of the engine came, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 20. A Big M with a price tag as high as 3 million drove over. This was a super mountain off-road vehicle that had been specially modified to allow it to run wildly in the mountains. Moreover, the surface was covered with super alloy steel, which could even stop ordinary ferocious beasts. The screeching sound of brakes could be heard. The Big M stopped near the pet store. The door opened, and Huang Samba and the mighty bear walked out from the back door. This car, it's awesome. Huang Samba jumped on the ground, his face full of excitement. Brother Wu, let's get one in the future. Right, when are we leaving the city? Leaving the city? Su Qianqian was surprised. She turned to look at Wu Ming. Wu Ming, it's very dangerous outside the city. Are you sure you want to go out? Huang Samba is going to take the Beast Tamer promotion examination. I want to go out for a walk too. Wu Ming didn't hide anything. Ordinary people didn't dare to leave the city because they didn't have powerful pets to protect them. However, for beast tamers, as long as they weren't 500 kilometers away from Garan Castle, they wouldn't encounter any ferocious beasts that were too terrifying. As long as they were a little more careful, they would be able to return safely. It just so happens that our super affordable mall is sending a convoy to Yaotao Ancient Town, 300 kilometers away, to visit a D-rank beast tamer. If Wu Ming is willing, we can go together. At this point, Su Qianqian's expression turned serious. Also, this visit isn't simple. It's said that it involves the safety of the entire Garan Castle. As a beast tamer, Wu Ming should go as well. It involves the safety of the entire Garan Castle. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Wan Siyu's expressions all changed. Su Qianqian nodded, saying, I only found out about it today. Also, Master Lu and I have to go tomorrow. Hearing that the visit tomorrow was actually so important, Wu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists, saying, All right, we'll go together tomorrow. Good. If that's the case, I'll go back and arrange for a fleet of cars to be prepared for Wu Ming. Before we set off, we'll send a car to pick him up. We'll contact VX about the specific time. Su Qianqian nodded at Wu Ming. She picked up her bag and stepped into the Wild Bull sports car. With a beautiful tail flame, she quickly disappeared at the end of the street. The other Big M drove away. Only Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Wan Siyu were left in the pet store, each wearing different expressions. Brother Wu, it's too dangerous to leave the city. Wan Siyu was very worried. If what Manager Su said is true, then this trip is of great importance. Even if it's dangerous, we have to go. Wu Ming's expression also changed. He didn't know what the so-called danger was. However, since the entire city was involved, as a citizen of the Garan Castle, he couldn't be spared. Of course, he had to participate if he could. That was the only way he could find a way to survive in this chaotic world. But Our current strength is not enough. Wu Ming was worried. He picked up the bank card that Su Qianqian had left behind. There are 1 million pet coins in there. Counting the money from VX, we have more than 1 million in total. It's enough for me to make some improvements before tomorrow. There was a saying that went, bastards who don't use money when they have it. Now that they had more than 1 million pet coins, even if they only used 1 million, they could buy many herbs that contained a lot of evolution points. Huang Samba, come with me to the super affordable shopping mall. Wu Ming picked up the bank card, glanced at the initial password written on it, and walked out of the pet store. Huang Samba scratched his head. He didn't know why Wu Ming wanted to go to the super affordable shopping mall. Still, he rented a pickup truck and drove to their destination. Super affordable shopping mall. Wu Ming walked into a pharmacy and activated his insightful eyes to determine the evolution points contained in each herb. 100-year-old ginseng, 15 evolution points. Rank F red flame, snake skeleton, 3 evolution points. Wu Ming didn't feel any pain. In less than an hour, he had spent 1 million pet coins, which shocked Huang Samba and the shop assistant. Under everyone's envious gazes, Wu Ming and Huang Samba carried a large amount of herbs. They filled up the pickup truck and rushed back to the pet store. In the office, Su Qianqian received a call. What did you say? H.E. Wu Ming bought herbs worth 1 million pet coins in 1 hour? Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Su Qianqian rubbed her temples. She didn't find it strange. After all, Wu Ming was a pet trainer. It was normal for him to buy herbs. She didn't think too much about it. 6 o'clock in the evening. Brother Wu, I'm going home. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Huang Samba waved goodbye to Wu Ming and left the pet store. Brother Wu, I'm off work too. Once see you finished cleaning the place. She put on her backpack, bought a box of fried noodles from the roadside, and went home as well. Soon, Wu Ming was the only one left in the pet store. He went to the second floor, closed the door, and looked at the large boxes of herbs with an excited smile. System, convert all these medicinal herbs for me. Wu Ming issued an order. As a ray of light fell, all the herbs worth 100,000 pet coins were turned into ashes and then disappeared. They turned into evolution points and 20 kilograms of material balls. Since then, the total weight of the material balls had increased from 140 kilograms to 160 kilograms. The evolution points had increased from 5 to 180 points. 160 kilograms of material balls and 180 evolution points. Money really does make things easier, Wu Ming exclaimed. He already knew the importance of money. However, when he thought about how he had spent 1 million in 1 hour, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. So, he opened the system store and thought about what to buy. He ranked Pet Bald Eagle's Egg, 98 evolution points. Too expensive. Also, time is tight. Not suitable to buy. E-rank Fire Talent Evolution Food Recipe, 99 evolution points. It's useless to buy it. After all, the herbs needed for an E-rank recipe must be expensive. Also, I might not be able to find them in the super affordable store. Wu Ming browsed through dozens of F and E-rank pet eggs and evolution food recipes. As for the D-rank ones, they would cost at least 300 evolution points and were too expensive. So, he directly ignored them. Found it. At this time, Wu Ming found a system product that was worth buying. E-rank battle card Soul Reaper Hook Claw. After purchase, you will receive a special energy card. After fusion with the card, the pet can use sharp claws of E-rank strength. The card can be used 10 times. The price is 30 evolution points. Wu Ming looked at the introduction of the E-rank battle card and almost bought it directly. But in the end, he still asked the system, is the use of the E-rank battle card Soul Reaper Hook Claw real? It is real, the system explained. Then, what does it mean to use it 10 times? Wu Ming asked again. After the pet fuses with the E-rank battle card Soul Reaper Hook Claw, it can store a large amount of energy in its body. When used, the energy can be poured into the claws, causing the claw's destructive power to temporarily increase to E-rank. Each use can last for 6 seconds. The total number of uses is 10. The system continued to explain. I understand. In other words, spending 30 evolution points can only allow the claws to explode with an E-rank destructive power for 1 minute. How extravagant! Wu Ming sighed. He also felt the pinch. After fusing with the E-rank battle card Soul Reaper Hook Claw, as long as the stored energy and number of uses are not exhausted, it can be used again. The system explained again. Once he heard that it could be used like that, Wu Ming decisively spent 30 evolution points and bought the E-rank battle card Soul Reaper Hook Claw. With this battle card, my ability to protect myself has increased a lot. Tomorrow, when I go to that D-rank Beast Tamer's place of seclusion, I'll see what the so-called danger is. Even a D-rank Beast Tamer is paying attention to it. Wu Ming was also very worried. A D-rank Beast Tamer was already a tyrant in Garan Castle. If it was a danger that even they were worried about, Wu Ming couldn't ignore it. He increasingly felt that he didn't have time to rest. He had to quickly nurture a high-level pet and obtain enough ability to protect himself. Chapter 21. Ding! You have successfully purchased a Class E battle card. Please check and accept. The system beeped. Wu Ming reached out his hand and saw a glowing orange card in his palm. The card was spinning slowly. So, this is the Class E battle card Soul Reaper Claw. It looks magical, like a holographic image. Wu Ming pinched the Class E battle card and stuck it on the ghost cat's forehead. The ghost cat absorbed the card and made it one of its trump cards. Meow, meow, meow. The ghost cat let out an intoxicated cry after absorbing the energy of the battle card. It was as comfortable as a lazy lady in a hot spring. Wu Ming patted the ghost cat's head. When he had enough evolution points, he would make some food for the ghost cat that could increase its potential so that it could advance to Class E or even Class D. I have 150 evolution points left. I'll save them for now and use them when I need them. Wu Ming told the ghost cat to keep watch while he went to sleep. Early the next morning, Wan Xiu had been waiting at the door of the pet store with 2 love-filled breakfasts. She didn't walk in until Wu Ming opened the door. Brother Wu, are you leaving today? Wan Xiu put the breakfast on the table. She was worried. Wu Ming put the key to the pet store on the table. Yes, I'm leaving today. I'm not sure about the exact time. I think it'll be in the morning. Right? Here's the key to the door. Huang Samba, and I won't be coming back tonight. Remember to lock the door after you get off work in the afternoon. Of course, if you want to sleep here tonight, that's fine too, Wu Ming added with a smile. Brother Wu, are you hinting that I'm going to stay overnight? Wan Xiu wondered. Her ears were red. Ding dong. The VX system beeped. Wu Ming turned on his phone and saw that it was a voice message from Su Qianqian. Wu Ming, leave the city at 8 this morning. I'll send a car to pick you up at 7:30. These were Su Qianqian's exact words. Wu Ming picked up his phone and replied, No problem. I'm ready. When he woke up this morning, Wu Ming had already packed a change of clothes, some first aid medicine, dry food, a bottle of water, and a power bank in his backpack. Although he had 100 cubic meters of system space and could store a lot of things, this was a secret and could not be revealed to others. Therefore, Wu Ming deliberately carried a backpack as a cover. As for most of the items, they were hidden in the system space. They would only be taken out at a critical moment. Brother Wu, I'm here. At the same time, Huang Samba had just arrived at the pet store. He didn't bring anything with him. He had his hands in his pockets, looking quite dashing. You didn't bring anything? Yes, I did. Big Bear is carrying it. Wu Ming looked at the door and saw the mighty bear crawling in. The mighty bear was carrying an oversized backpack with a capacity of at least 100 liters. The backpack was enough for the mighty bear to live in the wild for half a month. Damn, you even brought a blow-up doll and a pump. I have to hand it to you. Wu Ming opened the backpack on the mighty bear's back and found a set of things inside. He was speechless. Wan Xiu burst out laughing. Huang Samba said matter-of-factly, This is a normal physiological need. It's human nature. Brother Wu, when are you leaving? If it's still early, I can get you a set of clothes and lubricant. Huang Samba, you scoundrel. Before Wu Ming could say anything, Wan Xiu had blushed. Wu Ming was embarrassed. He looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was almost 7:30. He changed the subject. Stop joking. Mr. Su sent me a message. He'll pick us up at 7:30. It's about time. Since we still have time, let's see if there's anything we need to bring. No, Huang Samba said with certainty. Wu Ming nodded. Okay, let's take a break. 7:30. The powerful roar of the engine was heard. A big SUV parked in front of the pet store. A fully armed bodyguard got out. He was about 1.9 meters tall and wore sunglasses. He looked as ferocious as a beast. Wu Ming, please get in. Big M was spacious. The back seat of the third row was removed so the mighty bear could lie there. Wu Ming and Huang Samba sat in the second row. Let's go. The big SUV roared and drove away. Under Wan Siu's worried gaze, it disappeared around the corner of the street. No one knew that 1 kilometer away from the pet store, someone was standing behind a reflective glass with a pair of binoculars. He was looking in the direction the car had left. The prey has left the city. It's time to hunt. Sitting in the car, Wu Ming felt very comfortable. Looking at the things passing by outside the window, Wu Ming gradually saw a wall about 30 meters high in the distance. It was made of cement bricks and was very thick and solid. Brother Wu, we're at the city wall, Huang Samba said. Okay, I see. Wu Ming nodded. City walls. As far as Wu Ming knew, this was something that only existed in ancient times. But now, in this world where ferocious beasts ran rampant, every city and town had to build a strong enough wall to stop the invasion of those unranked ferocious beasts. As for the ferocious beasts with ranks, naturally, they couldn't be stopped by walls. Instead, the beast tamers in the city would be there to protect the safety of the citizens. Not long after, the big SUV Wu Ming arrived at the city gate. He saw more than a dozen other big M vehicles, as well as a huge armor vehicle with powerful cannons installed on it. I sense the aura of beast tamers. There are 2 of them, and both of them are at rank F. Wu Ming looked at one of the cars and suddenly realized that he had this strange feeling. It seemed to be the side effect of the Eye of Insight. System, I can sense the presence of beast tamers nearby. Wu Ming hurried to ask the system. Yes. With the host's current ability, once a ferocious beast or beast tamer appears within a radius of 100 meters, they will be sensed, the system explained. Wu Ming was happy. In the wild, this ability could be said to be crazy and could be very useful. Su Qianqian jumped out of one of the cars and knocked on Wu Ming's car window. Wu Ming, you're here. I'm here. Are we going straight to Yaotao, ancient town? Wu Ming asked. Su Qianqian nodded lightly. Yes, we might not stop on the way. So, Huang Samba's mission could be to hunt ferocious beasts in the vicinity after arriving at Yaotao, ancient town. Okay, Wu Ming agreed. After all, he was hitching a ride from someone else. He still had to listen to Su Qianqian when it came to the itinerary. Another 10 minutes passed. It was 8 o'clock sharp. The alloy steel gates of Garan Castle finally opened. This large fleet of more than a dozen cars quickly left the city limits and sped along the dilapidated roads. Wu Ming didn't roll down the car window because it was a little dangerous. Once they left the city, they could occasionally see wild beasts running along the road. Some of them were even ungraded ferocious beasts. As for rank F and rank E ferocious beasts, they rarely appeared near the city. Once they appeared, it meant danger. Chapter 22. Huang Samba was an impatient person. Less than 5 minutes after they left the city, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Wu, is this your first time out of the city? Sort of, Wu Ming answered. He was someone who had traveled through time and space. In principle, this was indeed his first time out of the city. Looking at the wild world outside the city and recalling the prosperity inside the city, Wu Ming felt a special feeling when the barren and civilization blended and collided at this moment. Su Qianqian's voice came from the walkie-talkie. There was basically no signal outside the city. The team had to rely on walkie-talkies to communicate with each other. Su Qianqian explained the situation through the walkie-talkie. Wu Ming, the route we chose this time is the safest one, so we need to take a detour. The total distance is 350 kilometers. The speed is slow. We'll arrive at Yaotao Ancient Town at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll take a nap then, Wu Ming said. Su Qianqian had the same idea as Wu Ming, which happened to be the same. Sure. Actually, most of us will choose to rest during the journey to recover our energy. For the next hour, the team was safe and sound. Counting the mighty bear, there were 3 F-class pets in the team. The invisible aura emitted by them was strong. Usually, ferocious beasts and wild beasts would not dare to approach after smelling this dangerous aura from afar. Even an E-class ferocious beast would have to weigh its own strength before it would consider attacking a large team with armored vehicles. At this moment, Wu Ming woke up and noticed that the road was a bit bumpy. Where are we? Wu Ming looked out the window. They were no longer on a cement road, but in the wilderness. Fortunately, there were no swamps. Big M's excellent off-road performance allowed them to travel as if they were on flat ground for the time being. As far as the eye could see, there were only some small hills around. There were no mountains or rivers. Occasionally, there would be bushes on the road, but they could not stop them from moving forward. Brother Wu, this seems to be the wild lizard wilderness. It stretches for dozens of kilometers. Huang Samba opened the electronic map and found the introduction of this area. Will it be dangerous? Wu Ming was a little worried. At this time, the bodyguard sitting in the front passenger seat smiled and said, Wu Ming, don't worry. There are only some grumpy mutated lizards in the wild lizard wilderness. They are not a threat. Oh, Wu Ming replied and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed a cloud of dust at the end of his line of sight. Using his binoculars, he realized that it was a group of giant lizards. Each of them was larger than a Komodo dragon, and they ran as if they were flying. This was especially true for the leader of the berserk lizards. It was 10 meters long, and its mouth was wide enough to swallow an entire cow. Its entire body was also emitting a dark red glow. Looking at it from afar, it gave off a terrifying feeling. Crap, it's that big. Truth be told, Wu Ming was a little surprised. He hurriedly activated Inside Eyes. Type: Mutated Wild Lizard. Rank: F-Pet Beginner. Talent: Rank F Leather Armor. Its leather armor is as hard as super alloy steel, extremely hard, so it's just a beginner rank F beast. It looks big, but in fact, it can't even defeat the ghost cat and the mighty bear. I was worried for nothing. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. The wild lizards chased after the motorcade. Soon, they reached the vicinity and rushed over without any regard for their lives. Bang, bang, bang. The bodyguard in the front passenger seat took out an AK and randomly fired at the wild lizards in the distance, killing many of them. The other cars also began to attack, scaring the wild lizards into stopping and not daring to come closer. The bodyguard rolled up the window and said to himself with the AK in his hand, apart from the wild lizard leader, the regular wild lizards can't block bullets. It's really boring to fight. The motorcade continued to move forward and soon left the wild lizard wilderness. They didn't know that there was an off-road motorcycle chasing behind the motorcade. However, since the motorcade was more than 10 kilometers away from the motorcade, no one could see the motorcycle for the time being. Squeak! The off-road motorcycle stopped in the wild lizard wilderness. A tall figure wearing a leather jacket and a helmet stood on the ground, letting out a beast-like growl from his throat. At this time, the wild lizards discovered this person and quickly surrounded him. A bunch of trash. You want to kill me? The mysterious person spoke with a cold voice. It was a man with his arms crossed, looking like he didn't need to do anything. Screech. In the next moment, a sharp cry came from the sky. A male eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters descended rapidly. With a light swipe of its sharp claws, several berserk lizards were torn into pieces. The wild lizard leader realized that something was wrong and quickly ordered its subordinates to escape. Idiot, you're finished. The man sneered. The eagle flapped its wings and swept across dozens of meters in an instant. Its sharp claws cut open the head of the wild lizard leader like tofu, killing it on the spot. The other wild lizards were scared and fled in all directions. They no longer had their previous prestige. Then, the man let the eagle tear the wild lizard leader apart. After rummaging for a while, he took out a blood-stained bead about the size of a tennis ball. Found it. The man rinsed the bead with water and put it in a special wooden box. He threw it in the backpack behind him, got on the off-road motorcycle, and continued to move forward. The eagle flew into the sky and slowly became a black dot difficult to find. Through the camera installed on the F-grade eagle, the man could see all the movements on the ground around him and was always in an advantageous situation. The Zhou family's miss is really rich. She's actually willing to pay $3 million to kill a person. However, this woman doesn't seem to have a beast tamer backing her up. When I go back, I can find a chance to have a taste of this Mississippi, the man muttered to himself. His voice was cold, like a demon from hell. In the car, Wu Ming sat on the chair, unaware that someone was following him. But with his current concealment methods, even if he knew, there was nothing to be afraid of. Especially with the ghost cat that had absorbed the E-grade battle card as a backup. Even if he encountered an E-grade beast, he could still fight it. 11 o'clock in the morning. The motorcade stopped by a scenic lake. Everyone, take a break here for 10 minutes. If you want to go to the bathroom, go in groups. Don't go out alone, Su Qianqian said to everyone. Then, swaying her slender waist, she walked toward Wu Ming. Wu Ming noticed that there was a woman standing next to Su Qianqian. She had short silver hair and a cold look in her eyes. She was wearing a black leather jacket that outlined her explosive curves. F-grade beast tamer. Wu Ming looked at the silver-haired woman and activated his eye of insight. Name, Intong. Level, F-grade beast tamer, elite. Pet, F-grade dark night viper, F-grade venomous fangs, slightly harder than alloy steel. Can be injected with super strong poison. 1 milligram can kill an elephant. F-grade speed, 33 meters per second. F-grade defense. After browsing the information of the F-grade beast tamer named Intong, Wu Ming finally noticed her belt. He took a closer look and saw that it was a flat black viper. Its 2 eyes were like rubies, shining with a fatal cold light. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 23. Wu Ming, let me introduce you. This is the F-level beast tamer, Yin Tong, my cousin. She is also the security consultant for this trip. Su Qianqian took the initiative to introduce Yin Tong to Wu Ming. Nice to meet you. Yin Tong looked cold, but she still took the initiative to extend her hand. Wu Ming shook hands with Yin Tong. It was cold to the touch, as if he had touched a piece of ice. However, Yin Tong's skin was smooth and delicate, giving him an endless aftertaste. Nice to meet you. My name is Wu Ming. Nice to meet you. Wu Ming let go of her hand and said with a smile. Yin Tong nodded. She was a woman of few words. Su Qianqian saw that there was an awkward silence between the two, so she quickly interjected. Cousin, you probably don't know who made the F-level defensive food that the night viper eats, right? Hearing this, Yin Tong's expression changed. She looked at Wu Ming and asked in confusion. It's him. Bingo. You guessed it right. The evolutionary food that helped your grade F Dark Night Viper to increase its defense was concocted by His Excellency Wu Ming. It's a superior quality. Su Qianqian covered her mouth and smiled. Yin Tong looked at Wu Ming. She could never imagine that this handsome guy was the legendary trainer. Her expression kept changing. In the end, she said in a cold voice, Thank you for your food. The night viper likes it very much. As she spoke, Yin Tong put her slender hand on her waist. The black night viper climbed up her hand and moved along her arm to her shoulder. A pair of gem-like eyes sized up Wu Ming. Finally, it opened its mouth, as if showing a grateful smile. That's an F-level pet for you. Very intelligent. Wu Ming and the night viper looked at each other. He could see the intimacy and flattery in the other's eyes. Wu Ming reached out and touched the night viper's head. It was cold to the touch, just like its master, Yin Tong. Be careful. Su Qianqian was afraid that Wu Ming would be bitten by the dark night viper, so she quickly reminded him. Yin Tong and Huang Samba both looked worried. But what happened next almost made the jaws of the other three people drop. The dark night viper, who was known to kill people like scything flax, actually rubbed its head against Wu Ming's palm as if it had met an old friend that it had not seen for many years. Soon, Wu Ming withdrew his hand. Oh my God! Su Qianqian clamped her perfectly round and slender legs together, sweating for Wu Ming. Huang Samba's eyes widened. Brother Wu, how did you do it? Yin Tong was surprised as well. She asked Wu Ming, the night viper is my contract pet. Why is it so close to you? It's almost on par with me, its master. Wu Ming explained with a smile. I'm a trainer. I specialize in making evolution food for pets. I can naturally get close to pets. There's nothing strange about this. What he said was partly true and partly false. Wu Ming was the only one who knew the real reason. The main reason was that the night viper had eaten the F-level defense food that Wu Ming had made himself. The evolution food contained the evolution points that had been converted by the system. Therefore, a special invisible spiritual bond had been formed between the night viper and Wu Ming. Not only the night viper, but all the other pets that had eaten the evolution food made by Wu Ming would develop a sense of intimacy with Wu Ming. The more the pet ate, the stronger the sense of intimacy. Of course, Wu Ming would not reveal this. He kept it as a trump card. Yin Tong was puzzled by Wu Ming's explanation. Su Qianqian and Huang Samba, on the other hand, believed him for the most part. Miss Su, when do we leave? Wu Ming looked around. The scenery was beautiful, suitable for camping or traveling. Of course, that was if there were no ferocious beasts. Su Qianqian looked at her watch and said, 7 minutes left. Wu Ming, do you want to come in my car for a cup of coffee? No need. Wu Ming declined Su Qianqian's invitation. He went to the washroom with Huang Samba and the mighty bear and looked around. This is the wilderness. I don't know if there are any herbs that can be taken. Right, use the insightful eye. Wu Ming checked the time. There were 5 minutes left. He looked around at once and activated the insightful eye at the same time. In his line of sight, all the plants that contained evolution points were herbs. Wu Ming looked at a blade of grass beside the lake and found that it contained 1 evolution points. He immediately touched it and found that it only converted the evolution points. Although he could not obtain a spiritual orb by doing this, his secret would not be discovered by others. Brother Wu, why are you touching the grass beside the lake? Huang Samba stood on the side with his arms crossed. He looked like an iron tower and had the temperament of a bodyguard. I'm a trainer. I'm interested in plants, so I'm just looking around. Wu Ming explained. Huang Samba did not have any objections to this explanation. In less than 5 minutes, Wu Ming had already converted all the plants that contained evolution points and obtained 11 evolution points. The harvest after leaving the city is really big. Wu Ming was overjoyed. Including the original evolution points, he now had 161 evolution points in total. It was getting more and more. Wu Ming decided that when he had more than 500 evolution points, he would buy rank E evolution food from the system store to increase the ghost cat strength. Although the ghost cat's potential was only at rank F, this referred to the fact that it did not rely on any evolution food. Naturally, it could only reach rank F after reaching adulthood. However, if it ate evolution food mixed with evolution points, it could continue to improve. If the ghost cat ate a rank E speed food, its speed could also reach rank E. However, because of its potential, even if its speed could reach rank E, it would not be as fast as other pets with higher potential. If a pet with potential at the E level was given the same quality of food, then the pet would gain more improvement than a netherworld cat of the F level. This was the difference in potential. In the future, I have to buy a pet with the potential to be at the A or S rank. Otherwise, even if I can train the nether cat to the S rank, it will only be average among the S ranks, Wu Ming said to himself. Break time is over. count the number of people, and get in the car." Su Qianqian shouted through the loudspeaker. Everyone immediately jumped into the car and got ready. After counting the number of people, Su Qianqian made sure that no one was lost and immediately ordered the car to start moving. With the roar of the engine, the fleet continued on their way. After everyone left, an off-road motorcycle arrived near the lake. The cold man looked at the tire tracks on the ground and then looked up at the eagle flying high in the sky. He sneered. "It seems that this group of people did not notice my existence at all. They will wait until they reach Yaotao ancient town and wait for an opportunity to make their move. At that time, no one will know that it was me." The cold man could not help but smile when he thought about how after dealing with Wu Ming, he could return to Garan Castle and taste Zhonana. 10 kilometers away, the fleet of super affordable shopping malls was still moving at full speed. There were no twists and turns on the road. Finally, they arrived at their destination at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming looked through the window and saw a towering city wall. He also saw the words Yaotao Ancient Town on the gate. A sense of vicissitudes of history hit him right in the face. Soon, the fleet of cars stopped in front of a courtyard. "Su Qianqian, why are you here, you slut?" Wu Ming had just gotten out of the car when he heard a malicious voice not far away. Chapter 24. Da-da-da. The hurried sound of high heels could be heard. Wu Ming looked towards the source of the sound and saw a dozen or so people walking over from not far away. The one in the lead was a sexy woman. She was tall, wearing a black skin-tight skirt, a white blouse with a large V-neck, and a pair of 10-centimeter high heels. She swayed as she walked, and her figure was on par with Su Qianqian's. At this moment, the sexy woman was hugging her arms, wearing a black coat and smoking a cigar, looking very much like the leader of the group. Beside the woman stood a charming beauty in an office lady's uniform and black-rimmed glasses. The other dozen or so people were all bodyguards dressed in black, each of them strong and powerful. "Brother Wu, this woman is the CEO of Garan Castle's Mingyue Group, Zhu Yueming. It's said that she's only 28 years old. She inherited the group 10 years ago and built the Mingyue Group into an iron bucket with her own means. She's financially strong and has several beast masters under her wing." Huang Samba immediately explained to Wu Ming by his ear. "Looks like she has a grudge with CEO Su," Wu Ming said softly. Huang Samba nodded and said, "Of course. I heard that CEO Su and Zhu Yueming were classmates when they were young, but their relationship suddenly became very strained. Something must have happened. It's just that we don't know about it," Wu Ming said softly. Huang Samba shrugged and said, "I've never heard anyone talk about it in detail. However, it's better if we don't get involved in such matters." "That's true," Wu Ming nodded. At this moment, Zhu Yueming was standing in the middle of the road, looking at Su Qianqian. Sparks seemed to be flickering in their eyes, and the surrounding people felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Wu Ming looked at the black-rimmed glasses secretary standing beside Zhu Yueming and discovered that she was actually an F-rank beastmaster. He couldn't help but be surprised. Name, AI Wa. Level, F-rank beastmaster, experienced. Pet, F-rank charming silver fox, F-rank charm, F-rank air cannon. After using the Eye of Insight to browse through AI Wa's information, Wu Ming was slightly surprised. Charm was a very dangerous talent, especially when it came to close combat. Once bewitched, even D or C level beast tamers would be at her mercy, unable to give correct orders to their pets. As for the air cannon, it was obvious that it was a long-range attack. All in all, this F-rank veteran beastmaster called AI wasn't simple at all. She was emitting a very alluring aura from head to toe. Let alone ordinary people, even ordinary beastmasters wouldn't be able to resist her. "Zhu Yueming, you're the slutty fox." Su Qianqian glared at Zhu Yueming and retorted, not to be outdone. After saying that, Su Qianqian noticed AI Wa, who was beside Zhu Yueming, and revealed a shocked expression. Even the charming beastmaster AI Wa is here. Zhu Yueming, You really came prepared. Zhu Wenming let out a charming laugh and shot a glance at the ice-cold Yin Tong, saying, "Aren't you the same? You even brought your cousin here, and you're well prepared." Faced with the two beauties tit for tat, Wu Ming and Huang Samba stood at the back, unconcerned about the matter. Cough, cough. Someone walked out from the courtyard. It was an old man wearing a traditional Chinese suit. His brows were filled with vicissitudes of life, like an old gentleman. Could this be a D-rank beastmaster? Huang Samba muttered. Wu Ming used the eye of insight to look at the old man in traditional Chinese suit and discovered that he was a veteran E-rank beastmaster and wasn't the person they were visiting this time. Butler Lin. Su Qianqian immediately revealed a smile when she saw the old man in traditional Chinese suit. "Hello, Butler Lin." Zhu Wenming also lowered her head slightly to greet him, revealing her snow-white chest. Butler Lin, whose name was unknown. He was the personal butler of the old mayor of Yaotao, ancient town, Elder Su. He was humble and elegant, and had a gentlemanly demeanor. Not only was he an E-rank beastmaster, but he was also an E-rank beast tamer. He was quite famous in the entire Garan castle. The D-rank beastmaster they were visiting this time was Butler Lin's master, Elder Su. "The others are all here. You guys can come over as well." Butler Lin glanced at everyone. With one hand behind his back, he led the way in front, as if he was just an ordinary servant, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Wu Ming followed behind the crowd and entered the courtyard. This courtyard was very big. After passing through several arches, they finally arrived at a huge banquet hall. There were dozens of large round tables and a small stage. Wu Ming found that each large round table could seat more than a dozen people. Many of them were already full. Even the bodyguards could sit in their seats. Su Qianqian sat beside Wu Ming, and Yin Tong sat next to him. As for the other beast tamer in the team, he was not in his seat. Even Wu Ming did not notice where he went. "Everyone, please have some afternoon tea first," Butler Lin said. He waved his hand lightly, and the servants served afternoon tea. Wu Ming ate some snacks and felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Ding, ding, ding. The banquet hall's bell rang. It was exactly 3 in the afternoon. Elder Su has woken up. "Guests, please follow me," Butler Lin said and walked in front. Wu Ming, Huang Samba, Yin Tong, follow me. Su Qianqian stood up and only called the 3 of them. As for the bodyguards, they were all left in their seats. They were not qualified to see Elder Su. Only a few guests at the other tables stood up. They were either dignitaries or beast tamers. Only she and AI were qualified to visit Zhu Yueming's table. A moment later, in a small conference room, there was a reclining chair by the window. A silver-haired old man was lying there. His face was rosy, and he was full of energy. He held a cigar in his left hand and stroked the head of a strange pet beast with his right hand. He was basking in the afternoon sun comfortably. "You are here." The old mayor turned around and looked at the crowd with a kind smile. "Elder Su, I wish you happiness as the East Sea and all the best." Many dignitaries immediately greeted him respectfully. Wu Ming looked at the pet that Elder Su was stroking and found that it was a unicorn. It was only 1 meter tall and was surrounded by a faint 5-colored light. It was very mystical, like a mythical beast in the legends. Dong dong dong. A 3-meter-tall, mutated mountain gorilla pet walked over and served tea to Elder Su. It was emitting a terrifying aura that made people feel pressured. Wu Ming decisively opened the Eye of Insight. Name: Su Zhanghe, Beast Level, D-Level Beast Tamer, Master. Pets: D-Level 5-colored unicorn, E-Level Super Strength Gorilla, E-Level Skylark, F-Level Giant Alligator, F-Level Pterosaur, F-Level Golden Arowana. After reading Elder Su's information, Wu Ming almost cried out in surprise. A beast tamer who had 6 powerful pets and was rated as a master by the system was enough to prove Elder Su's strength. His overall strength was not weaker than a sea-level beast tamer. In some aspects, Elder Su was even stronger than a sea-level beast tamer. Such a powerhouse, if placed in Jialan City, could definitely be regarded as one of the pillars of the city. Since you are all here, I will cut to the chase. This time, I sent you a message to ask you to come here because I have something important to tell you about the safety of the entire Garan castle. Elder Sue said slowly. Everyone looked serious and listened to what he was about to say. Chapter 25. At the moment, the only ones in Garan Castle that know about this are me and the few sea-level beast tamers who have been hiding from the world. A few days ago, we met in private, and after some discussion, we decided to announce this to all of you today. Mr. Sue stood up with the help of the E-level super gorilla. He looked into the distance. In recent years, the beasts on the sky blue planet have been reproducing. Many cities are under great pressure, especially small places like Yaotao Ancient Town. Most of them have been breached, and less than 10% of them are still standing. Everyone listened carefully. No one dared to speak. At the moment, the leader and the deputy leader of the Pet Alliance have held many meetings, and finally, they made a decision. I know that many people will hate the Pet Alliance because of this decision. But if we don't do this, the sky blue planet will have no future, Mr. Sue continued. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of decision was it that affected the entire sky blue planet? Elder Sue continued. Every city's defensive capabilities and combat capabilities are limited. Therefore, the Alliance leader and Vice Alliance leader have unanimously decided to choose 100 cities from the current ones to be built as key cities in the future. As for the cities and towns that are not selected, everyone must move to the nearby key cities and form groups to stay warm. Is that so? A pot-bellied middle-aged man was surprised. Does that mean that the Garan castle wasn't chosen as a key city? A middle-aged woman with short hair frowned. Mr. Sue, are we really going to be abandoned by the Pet Alliance? The others were also worried. With their wealth, they could safely move their families to other cities. However, many of the relationships and business channels they had built over the years would be damaged. Therefore, many people were unwilling to move. Mr. Sue listened to their discussion. He didn't show any impatience. Instead, he smoked his cigar and blew out a smoke ring. Then he raised his hand. Everyone quieted down. You are all wrong. The Pet Alliance hasn't chosen 100 key cities. They have only chosen 3 major centers, Nanjiang City, Donghai City, and Baiyuan City, Mr. Sue explained. Nanjiang City, Donghai City, and Baiyuan City. Those 3 cities had always been the real centers. Now that they were chosen as the 3 great centers, no one objected. They all looked serious as they waited for Elder Sue to continue. The reason I called you here is because I want to pick 100 important cities. Elder Sue put down his cigar and leaned his head on the recliner. There are too many cities like Garan Castle. There are at least thousands of them in the whole of Huaxia. If we choose 100 from them, it will be unfair to the other cities. Therefore, the Alliance has decided to hold the first pet training competition. Elder Sue paused for a moment before continuing. The 100 cities with the most outstanding performance in the competition will be the key cities to be constructed in the future. A fat man frowned and said, choosing 100 cities out of 1,000, our Garan Castle's advantage is still too small. The short-haired woman added, moreover, after subtracting the spots occupied by the 3 major centers, there are only 97 spots left. Elder Sue raised his hand and interrupted the woman. He said, what I said just now was not very clear. The 3 centers are the 3 centers. We will not participate in the competition. We will choose 100 cities from the cities outside the 3 centers. The short-haired woman said, oh, I see. I'm misunderstood. The fat man quickly asked, Elder Sue, how will the pet training competition be compared? Wu Ming, Su Qianqian, and the others were all curious. They looked at Elder Sue's face. Elder Sue explained, as for the specifics of the competition, we'll first conduct auditions in the various cities. 6 people will be selected from each city, including 3 beast tamers and 3 beastmasters. Also, the age limit is below 30. The purpose of the competition is to compare the strength of the younger generation and to test the development potential of a city. What? The rise and fall of a city will be left to the younger generation under 30? That's too childish. A middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples was very dissatisfied. Humph, what do you know? Elder Sue glanced at the middle-aged man coldly. The man was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Senior Sue stood up, looked around, and said, "Our Jalan city is one of the cities ranked at the bottom of the middle class. Our ranking is only 5 or 600. If the pet and pet training competitions were to compete for the best of each city, would there even be a need for the competition? Garan Castle has no hope at all." Speaking of this, Elder Sue coughed violently. "Elder Sue, don't be angry." Su Qianqian, Zhu Weiming, and the other beauties hurried to support Elder Sue. The middle-aged man who had been scolded suddenly turned red. The reason why the Alliance allowed the younger generation to participate is to take care of the weaker cities and give them hope. But to be honest, it's just a superficial hope. Elder Sue sighed. "Why is that?" the short-haired woman asked. Elder Sue smiled bitterly. "Do you think the younger generation of those cities that are already strong and powerful will be weak? But because the age limit is below 30, the gap between the cities will be reduced a lot. At least people will see hope and be willing to give it a try." "I see," Wu Ming said to himself. At this moment, Zhu Weiming asked, "Elder Sue, do you know when the audition will start?" Elder Sue nodded and said, "I asked you to come here today to talk about this. The specific time is 7 days later. The broadcast will be broadcasted to the entire city in advance." Su Qianqian also asked, "What about after the audition? After the 3 trainers and 3 beast tamers are selected, where will they go to participate in the competition?" 1 month later, the official competition will be held in the 3 central cities. Garan Castle is close to Nanjiang City, so we will go to the Nanjiang region. There are estimated to be 400 teams participating in the competition, Elder Sue said. "So many." Everyone present was stunned. Elder Sue sighed and said, "It can't be helped. There are so many cities in the Nanjiang region." Wu Ming was very curious, so he asked, "I have a question. How will the 400 teams compete when they arrive in Nanjiang City?" The middle-aged man who was scolded narrowed his eyes and stared at Wu Ming. He said unhappily, "You are just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. Do you have the right to speak here?" Wu Ming laughed when he heard that. Su Qianqian stared at the middle-aged man. "Li Mao, this H.E. Wu Ming is a real F-level trainer. Even he doesn't have the right to speak?" As soon as those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Even Elder Sue turned to look at Wu Ming. F-level trainers. There were hundreds of them in the entire Garan Castle. However, a young F-level trainer like Wu Ming was very impressive. "Impossible. I have seen all the certified trainers in the Garan Castle. How can a pretty boy like him be an F-level trainer?" Li Mao thought for a while and refuted immediately. Chapter 26. Enough. What are you all arguing about? Elder Sue frowned. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. Although Elder Sue was old, his overall strength was still comparable to a sea-level beast tamer. If he really got angry, he could kill everyone around him in less than half a minute. Elder Sue looked at Wu Ming. He didn't care if he was a beast tamer or not. Instead, he said, "The 6 people who can stand out in our Garan Castle will form an official team of Garan Castle. When they arrive at Nanjiang City, they will participate in many complicated competitions. The specific process will only be announced when they arrive. In the end, everyone's performance will be accumulated, and it will be the total score of our Garan Castle. The top 100 cities in total score will be the top 100 cities." Hearing this, everyone understood. Wu Ming asked again, "There are so many teams participating in the competition, and the competition is very complicated. The competition period should be very long, right? Isn't the Alliance worried that the beasts will take the opportunity to attack the city?" Elder Sue's eyes showed some surprise. He said, "You can notice the time. Kid, you have a good way of thinking. But you don't have to worry. The beasts are just reproducing too quickly and have attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Alliance. There is still some time before the city is attacked. Otherwise, the Alliance wouldn't waste time holding the competition. After a moment of silence, Elder Sue revealed an important piece of information. Actually, even if there is no threat of the beasts reproducing too quickly, it is inevitable that small cities will merge with big cities in the future. But now, the Alliance is holding the pet tamer competition. The most important thing is to select talents. Talents. Everyone present took note of this term. Since ancient times, talents have always been indispensable. There was a saying that the world would eventually belong to the young. Through the pet tamer competition, the Alliance would select talents from all the major cities that could be trained. Only then could the human world prosper and develop. It would not lead to the collapse of the market. At this moment, Elder Sue added, more than 6,000 young talent from more than 1,000 cities will be gathered for this year's pet taming and beast taming competition, including more than 3,000 young and promising beast tamers and more than 3,000 young and capable beast tamers. Those who can stand out will definitely be able to stay in the 3 major cities in the future and receive higher standards of training. There is hope for them to become A-level masters. A-level masters. In the whole of Huaxia, they were all true masters. Even if they were placed in the 3 great centers, they would still be the real bosses. As for the S-class, that was just a legend in the mortal world. It was too far away. Hearing this, Wu Ming nodded and said, "Thank you for your explanation, Elder Sue." The middle-aged man, named Li Mao, was furious when he saw Wu Ming and Su Lao talking and laughing. He thought to himself, so what if Wu Ming is a tamer? At most, he's an F-class tamer, and at most, he can concoct an F-class evolutionary food. We also have a level F trainer in our company. He's a genius who can make 3 types of evolutionary food. Wait until the audition in the Garan Castle. He'll teach you a lesson. Li Mao stared at Wu Ming with hatred in his heart. At this moment, Elder Sue spoke up again. I almost forgot to mention that a banquet will be held here today. I also heard that many beast tamers and beast masters will be present. In that case, in order to prepare for the upcoming audition, we can spar on the spot. Treat it as a warm-up before the competition. With that, Elder Sue waved his hand. Elder Sue, let's go to the banquet hall and wait. Su Qianqian smiled. She winked at Wu Ming, Huang Samba, and Yin Tong, then walked out. After everyone left Elder Sue's conference room, Butler Lin walked over and elegantly led the way to the banquet hall. He said, tonight's banquet will be a warm-up match between beast tamers and beast tamers. If anyone is interested, you can try to learn from each other. Beast tamers, in particular, can use the materials here to concoct evolutionary food. They can also be evaluated and auctioned on the spot. When Su Qianqian heard this, she immediately winked at Wu Ming and whispered in his ear, H. Wu Ming, it seems that you're going to amaze everyone in tonight's warm-up match. Wu Ming shrugged and said, I don't really want to participate right now. I'll wait until the Garan Castle auditions. This was a pet and beast tamer competition that concerned the safety of the entire Garan Castle. He felt that he had to participate. There was a saying that went, when the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. If the Garan Castle fell, it would be difficult for him to survive alone in a world where ferocious beasts ran rampant. You don't want to participate in tonight's warm-up match? That's a pity. Without you, the warm-up match would just be a small one. There won't be anything interesting to watch. Su Qianqian covered her mouth and chuckled. Since the two of them kept their voices low and stood at the edge of the crowd, no one knew what they were talking about. However, at this moment, Li Mao walked over. Beside him was an arrogant young man with slicked back hair and large sunglasses. Kid, Su Qianqian said that you're also a beast tamer. In tonight's warm-up match, do you dare to compare notes with our Black Windbreaker Security Company's beast tamer, Lu Gaoan? Li Mao said with a proud face. Hearing the words Black Windbreaker Security Company, Wu Ming's eyes showed a hint of coldness. The man in the black windbreaker and sunglasses that Zhou Nana had spent money to hire, as well as the wolf that had tried to assassinate him, were all people from this company. In addition to what had happened in the conference room, Wu Ming was disgusted with Li Mao. Before Wu Ming could say anything, Su Qianqian stood in front of him and said, Li Mao, our H.E. Wu Ming is of noble status. How dare you yell at us? Li Mao was so angry that he glared at her. His eyes greedily looked at Su Qianqian's proud body. He wanted nothing more than to take her for himself. He mocked, What? Are you afraid that if your beast tamer loses, no one will dare to buy things from you? Yeah, these breasts, these legs are even wider than my wife's, haha. Pervert, where are your eyes looking at? Su Qianqian immediately covered her snow-white breasts with her hands and stared at Li Mao, the boss behind the scenes of the Black Windbreaker Security Company. At this moment, a tall figure stood in front of Su Qianqian, blocking Li Mao's greedy gaze for her. Looking at the broad back in front of her, Su Qianqian was touched. Wu Ming protected Su Qianqian behind him and asked Li Mao, You don't know me? Li Mao looked at Wu Ming and mocked. Nobody. How could I know you? Hearing this, Wu Ming laughed. It seems like Li Mao doesn't know that Zhou Nana hired a hitman to kill me. That's why he hasn't seen my picture and doesn't know who I am. Wu Ming thought. Thinking of this, Wu Ming stepped forward and said, Didn't you guys want to spar? I want to see how capable your beast tamer is. Yo, kid, you're still being arrogant with me. Li Mao smiled and asked the beast tamer Lu Gaoan beside him, Mr. Lu, what do you think your chances of winning are? Lu Gaoan didn't even take off his sunglasses. He only glanced at Wu Ming and didn't have any interest. He reached out his hand and gave Wu Ming a thumbs up and pointed at the ground. When the others saw this scene, they secretly laughed. It seems like there will be a good show to watch at the banquet. Zhu Yiming wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand, so he said sarcastically before twisting his voluptuous body to leave. Chapter 27. Kid, we'll be waiting. Li Mao chuckled and left with trainer Lu Gaoan. The other guests looked at Wu Ming meaningfully and went to the banquet hall one after another. Soon, there were only 4 people left. Wu Ming, Su Qianqian, Huang Samba, and Yin Tong. Brother Wu, you're an F-grade trainer who can make superior quality, evolutionary food. Lu Gaoan from Black Coat Security Company is bound to lose. Huang Samba laughed. To be honest, I really want to see Li Mao's dumbfounded face right now. Su Qianqian's pretty face was full of anticipation. Yin Tong looked at Wu Ming curiously and asked, Did you really make the superior quality speed and defense food in the super affordable store? Yes, it's me. Wu Ming nodded. Hearing this, Yin Tong's expression relaxed and said, If that's the case, you have a 100% chance of winning. I've investigated and found out that Lu Gaoan is just an ordinary F-grade trainer who has mastered 3 F-grade evolutionary food recipes. Moreover, the quality of the recipes is only inferior. Su Qianqian hugged Yin Tong's shoulder and said, Cousin, you don't have to worry. We have H.E. Wu Ming. Tonight, we'll definitely make those people's eyeballs pop out. Inside the banquet hall, including the rich and powerful of Yaotao ancient town, there were more than 100 people sitting here. As for the bodyguards and the like, they had been transferred out and arranged in the side hall. H.E. Wu Ming, let me pour you some tea. Su Qianqian walked to Wu Ming's side and bent down, purposely revealing her snowy white chest to Wu Ming, which made Wu Ming react. Zhu Yiming is right. Su Qianqian is really a seductress. Wu Ming took a sip of tea to hide the fact that he swallowed his saliva and suppressed the perverted thoughts in his heart. Pa pa pa. At this moment, Butler Lin clapped his hands and elegantly pointed at the door in the distance. He said in a clear voice, Next, let's invite our circus to liven things up for our guests. As for the banquet, it will be held at 8 o'clock sharp. Wu Ming looked at the clock and found that it was not even 5 o'clock yet. At this rate, they would have to wait for another 3 hours. Can we go out for a walk? Wu Ming asked. Housekeeper Lin happened to be nearby. He smiled and said, Of course you can, but please be sure to return before 7:30. At that time, Master will arrive and give an opening speech. Okay, thank you, Butler Lin. Wu Ming got up and walked out with Huang Samba. The ancient town wasn't very big. After leaving Elder Su's courtyard, the area outside wasn't very big. Wu Ming and Huang Samba left the ancient town, preparing to hunt some ungraded ferocious beasts nearby and help Huang Samba complete his Beastmaster examination. "Brother Wu, there shouldn't be any danger nearby, right?" Huang Samba asked. "Don't worry. Yaotao Ancient Town is Elder Su's retirement place. With so many pets, how could there be any danger?" "In my opinion, it would be hard for you to find ungraded ferocious beasts nearby," Wu Ming said. "Then doesn't that mean I won't be able to complete my quest?" Huang Samba was a little vexed. Wu Ming smiled. He thought to himself, "I only came out to absorb evolution points. Doing the quest is just a cover." Thinking of this, Wu Ming looked at a ferocious beast's claw on the ground. He touched it with his hand and converted 0.1 evolution points. After a while, Wu Ming saw a flower on the road. He picked it up and converted 0.2 evolution points. In less than half an hour, Wu Ming's evolution points increased by 5 points. As for Huang Samba, he couldn't even find a single ungraded ferocious beast. He followed behind Wu Ming with a gloomy expression. The mighty bear walked at the back, eating an elk in its mouth. At this moment, a few hundred meters away, a man wearing a leather jacket stood there, wearing a camera. He looked at Wu Ming and Huang Samba, licking his lips. "The target has appeared. As long as we kill him, we can go back and receive the reward." The man let out a cold laugh. However, he didn't make a move immediately. He wanted to wait for the best opportunity. After all, Huang Samba and the mighty bear were still beside Wu Ming. The man felt that this wasn't the best time. He had to wait for the best opportunity to ensure that he could kill Wu Ming in one hit. In the end, he would organize the process of the assassination and show it to Zhou Nana. Then, he would deal with his employer, Zhou Nana. In the distance, Wu Ming and Huang Samba arrived at a small river. When they left Yaotao Ancient Town, the guard said that they should try their best not to leave within 10 kilometers. This was to prevent them from not being able to rescue them in time. Within a 10-kilometer radius, this was a relatively safe range. "We are only 5 kilometers away from Yaotao Ancient Town. We can continue to stroll around," Wu Ming said. "Roar." At this time, the mighty bear smelled the scent of a ferocious beast. It immediately jumped into the river and slapped a certain place, creating a loud, rumbling sound. Splash! The sound of water spread out, and the waves rolled. Soon, the wet mighty bear dragged a 2-meter-long crocodile to the shore and broke its spine with a slap. "Ha! The first prey is done." Huang Samba laughed and said to the mighty bear, "Big bear, throw the prey away. Let's continue to look." Wu Ming asked in surprise, "Don't we need to bring the prey back?" Huang Samba pointed to the camera hanging on his chest and explained, "The entire hunting process has been recorded. As long as I kill 10 similar unranked ferocious beasts and submit the video, the Pet Alliance's reviewers will naturally approve it." It turned out to be like this. Wu Ming suddenly said, "So this 2-meter-long mutant crocodile is not needed, right?" "Of course not." Huang Samba nodded. Wu Ming squatted down and gently stroked the crocodile's surface. He shook his head and said, "What a pity." As he spoke, he took the opportunity to convert the evolution points from the crocodile. This time, the harvest was quite good. He actually gained 2 evolution points. Next, Huang Samba ordered the mighty bear to search for prey nearby. He himself stood within 10 meters of Wu Ming, ready to protect him at any time. At this moment, 300 meters away, a man wearing a leather jacket stood in the bushes. Next to him was the Class F male eagle. "I have a feeling that the time is getting closer." The man squinted his eyes and thought about it. Then he took out a light sniper rifle from his backpack and began to assemble on the spot. In less than 3 minutes, the sniper rifle was assembled. The man in the leather jacket loaded the bullet and quickly loaded the gun. Through the scope, he aimed at Wu Ming, who was standing there looking at his phone. "Luckily, I bought this sniper rifle from the black market. The only downside is that it has to be within 500 meters to ensure enough accuracy and lethality." The man in the leather jacket mumbled. Actually, the main problem was that his marksmanship was not very good. Otherwise, he could just shoot from 800 meters away. However, when the man in the leather jacket aimed at Wu Ming and was about to pull the trigger, the male eagle next to him let out a low sound, as if it was afraid of something. "Old Black, don't disturb me. I'm shooting," the man in the leather jacket whispered. "Rip." A strange sound was heard. The man in the leather jacket turned his head. He was about to scold the male eagle, but he suddenly found that his Class F pet was lying in a pool of blood. Even its head had been cut off. It was completely dead. What happened? The man in the leather jacket was terrified. "Meow." A cat's voice was heard. The man in the leather jacket's pupils dilated. He covered his neck with both hands and fell to the ground in disbelief. Chapter 28. 300 meters away. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth slightly rose. After leaving the ancient town, the ghost cat had been patrolling nearby. When it discovered the leather-jacketed man and the rank F eagle, Wu Ming, who was connected to it, immediately received a notification. Thus, Wu Ming had the ghost cat lurk beside the leather-jacketed man. In order to ensure a one-hit kill, the ghost cat directly used the rank E battle card. It used up one attack and displayed the terrifying destructive power of its rank E claws for 6 seconds. In just one attack, the rank F eagle was beheaded. As for the leather-jacketed man, the rank F beastmaster, he was also killed by the ghost cat. "Huang Samba, you stay here and kill the unranked beasts. I'll go to the toilet nearby." After Wu Ming finished speaking, he walked towards the leather-jacketed man. "Brother Wu, be careful. I'll go with you." "No need. The view here is wide, so there shouldn't be any danger." "Okay then." Huang Samba could only watch Wu Ming and make sure he was always in his line of sight. When he arrived at the leather-jacketed man's location, Wu Ming walked in and used his fastest speed to convert the leather-jacketed man and the rank F beast into spiritual orbs and evolution points. "Oh, there's even a rank FB sorb. Just nice I converted it." Wu Ming quickly checked his spoils of war. Not far away, Huang Samba noticed that Wu Ming had not come out even after 3 minutes, so he quickly walked over. However, when Huang Samba was 100 meters away from the leather-jacketed man, Wu Ming came out unscathed. "You scare me to death. I thought Brother Wu was kidnapped by a wild boar." Huang Samba waved his hand and teased. "Huh? What could have happened to me?" Wu Ming laughed. This time, not only did he easily get rid of the F-rank assassin, he also obtained 20 evolution points. It could be said that he had profited greatly. As for the rest of the loot, Wu Ming didn't take it and left it all to the ghost cat. At this point, his evolution points had already reached 200 points. The spiritual sphere's weight had also increased to 300 kilograms, becoming an increasingly powerful trump card. "It's about time. Let's go back." Wu Ming looked at his phone. It was already 6:30 in the evening. It would take about an hour to get back. He couldn't delay any longer. "All right." Huang Samba was a little unsatisfied. From the moment he left, the mighty bear had killed 3 unranked dire beasts. There was still a long way to go before he could complete the mission. But since Wu Ming wanted to go back, as a bodyguard, he could only obey. 7:25 p.m. Wu Ming and Huang Samba successfully took their seats in the banquet hall. Wu Ming, you're finally back." When Su Qianqian saw Wu Ming, she immediately bent down and poured tea for him. She purposely revealed her snow-white skin. Wu Ming secretly cursed Su Qianqian. She was trying to seduce him again. It seemed like she wanted to tie him to the super affordable shopping mall. Clap, clap, clap. Butler Lin walked onto the small stage and clapped his hands. The entire hall instantly quieted down. Butler Lin's clear voice could be heard. "Distinguished guests, let us now invite the old master onto the stage." Clap, clap, clap. The entire hall stood up and applauded. Under the thunderous applause, the old man steadily walked onto the small stage with the help of the E-rank gorilla. He stood in front of the microphone with a red face. "Thank you for your support. If it wasn't for everyone's support, Garan Castle wouldn't have been able to last until now. I also wouldn't have been able to live in seclusion in Yaotao, ancient town. It can be said that everyone present is the nobles of Garan Castle, and also my nobles. As soon as old man Su opened his mouth, many people's faces lit up. There's still half an hour before the banquet starts. Since there are so many young beast tamers and beast tamers here, how about we have a warm-up match? Sure. The guests present all agreed. Next, which beast tamer wants to spar with a fellow beast tamer? Elder Su took the microphone and retreated to the side. His playful heart was aroused, and he acted as the host. I'll do it. An exceptionally strong young man stood up. Behind him was a 1-meter-tall rooster. The rooster's comb was bright red. It made thumping sounds as it walked, shaking the ground so much that it was about to crack open. It's an F-rank red-crested rooster. It said that its beak is as hard as alloy steel. If you're really pecked, you won't be able to keep your life. So, who wants to be its opponent? Elder Su was a master among D-rank beast tamers. He recognized the pet at a glance and explained it to the crowd. I'll do it. A young man wearing sunglasses stood up next to Li Mao. He was one of the F-rank beast tamers in the Black Coat Security Company, second only to Li Mao and Lu Gaoan. As soon as the young man in sunglasses stood up, a figure appeared behind him. It was a wolf. It was about 1 meter tall and had strong limbs. It was comparable to a tiger. Since it was an F-rank pet, its combat ability was far above that of ordinary beasts. So, it's a nether wolf, a very common pet. It seems that it has awakened F-rank sharp teeth. Conservatively speaking, its bite force is more than 3 tons. Once bitten by this pair of sharp teeth that are as hard as alloy steel, even steel will be broken in half. Elder Su's playful heart was aroused. He continued to explain, as if he was a professional commentator of a beast competition. Although it's a friendly match, it won't do if there's no prize. How about this? The winner of this sparring match will get an F-class vicious beast's inner core. As for the rules of the competition, they will fight until one side concedes. Or they can compete for 3 minutes, and the scores will be based on performance. As soon as Elder Su spoke, the atmosphere became heated. In particular, the man in sunglasses and the muscular man were rubbing their hands and rubbing their palms. They were communicating with their pets, telling them to work harder. Then, without further ado, the friendly match is about to begin. Elder Su stepped back, leaving the stage to the red-crowned rooster and the nether wolf. As for the 2 beast tamers, they stood behind their pets as instructors. Wu Ming sat in his seat and watched with great interest. This was the first time he had seen a pet competition. Thanks to Elder Su's explanation, he finally had a clear understanding. Red-crowned rooster, watch out for the nether wolf's mouth. Don't let yourself be bitten. That way, we will have a chance to win. The muscular man began to instruct the rooster. Nether wolf, you heard it. Bite the rooster's neck and you will win. But don't let yourself be pecked in the eyes. The young man in sunglasses began to give instructions as well. Peck its eyes. The sturdy young man hurriedly reminded the red-crowned rooster, causing countless people to laugh. At this moment, Elder Su took out his stopwatch and said, 3 minutes, begin. Attack. The 2 beast tamers gave their orders at the same time. The rooster and the nether wolf stared at each other. One of them shrank its neck to protect its vitals. The other one lowered its body and squinted its eyes, waiting for the best time to attack. Oh. The rooster was the first one to launch an attack. It flapped its wings and flew into the air. Its claws were as sharp as steel. Howl! The nether wolf jumped up and dodged the attack. Then it waved its sharp claws in the air and tore off some feathers from the rooster. The rooster was not to be outdone. It flapped its wings and smacked the nether wolf away. Then it continued to attack. The 2 F-rank pets fought back and forth. While protecting their vitals, they kept attacking. For a moment, there was chaos. Even the hard marble floor was cut into pieces. Chapter 29. What a fierce battle! Wu Ming exclaimed. The ghost cat could beat the 2 rank F pets, but that was because it had the bug-level talent of invisibility. Without invisibility, the ghost cat's advantage would be greatly reduced. It would take a lot of effort to finish off the two pets. It wouldn't have been an easy victory. It's nothing compared to my big bear, Huang Samba mumbled. Wu Ming didn't argue with that. Huang Samba was telling the truth. At the moment, the mighty bear was an elite rank F pet. It had rank F speed, rank F strength, and rank F defense. Not to mention its speed and strength, the Herculean bear could almost ignore the attacks of most F-rank pets, given its defensive ability, which had been cultivated by the super-quality F-rank food. Then, it could use its extreme speed and strength to suppress the two pets. It was only a matter of time before it defeated the red-comb rooster and the ghost wolf. Yintong didn't say anything. Her night viper was an elite rank F pet, and its overall strength was comparable to that of the mighty bear. However, Yintong was a low-key person. She wouldn't be arrogant because of that. At the moment, the fight between the red-comb rooster and the ghost wolf was coming to an end. Oh! The crimson-crowned rooster let out a loud and resounding cry. It pounced with force, and its enormous beak heavily pecked the nether wolf's back as if it carried the force of 1,000 kilograms. Bang! The ghost wolf fell to the ground. It could stand up again, but it had lost. Okay, the 3 minutes are up. Elder Su shouted. He picked up the hammer and knocked on the ancient bronze bell placed against the wall. It made a clear and loud sound that echoed endlessly. Come back. The two beast tamers called out to their pets at the same time. The man wearing sunglasses from the Black Coat Security Company was distressed as he applied medicine on the ghost wolf. Looking at the bloody wound on the ghost wolf's back, anger was burning in his eyes. The muscular young man took out a big and fat milky white bug from a wooden box and fed it to the red-comb rooster. He was overjoyed. Congratulations to the red-comb rooster for winning by a small margin. At this time, Elder Su announced the result. He took out an F-class dire beast core and gave it to the burly young man who controlled the red-crowned rooster. The young man wearing sunglasses cursed as he applied medicine on the nether wolf. His eyes were filled with jealousy. In the final stage of the battle, if the red-crowned rooster didn't injure the nether wolf, then the battle could be considered a draw. However, reality was cruel. The red-crowned rooster won. A chicken defeated a wolf. What a surprise. Su Qianqian said softly as she sat beside Wu Ming. She then cast a playful look at Li Mao, the boss of the Black Windbreaker Security Company. You dare to mock me? Li Mao slammed the table and looked at the trainer, Lu Gaoan, who was sitting beside him. Mr. Lu, I'll have to invite you onto the stage later and teach the trainer the super affordable store lesson. It will be best if you beat him up. Lu Gaoan smiled proudly. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I can't guarantee anything else, but among the younger generation of F-grade trainers in Garan Castle, no one can beat me in terms of speed. After all, I'm an F-grade trainer with the nickname Fast Gunner. Then I can rest assured. Li Mao grinned. Right then, Mr. Su looked at the time and said into the microphone, That was a wonderful pet competition. Now let's change the game. Let's invite the two trainers to come up to the stage and make a Class F food on the spot. Which two of you are interested in learning from each other on the stage? The winner will be rewarded with 1 million in cash. Mr. Su dragged out the last part of his sentence. Wu Ming looked at Mr. Su. This guy's good at hosting. Did he host a pet competition before? However, before Wu Ming could think further, a shout pulled him back to the present world. Wu Ming, I heard that you are a trainer. Do you have the guts to compete with me? Lu Gaoan was standing on the small stage with his hands behind his back. To look cool, he had been wearing sunglasses. Why wouldn't I? Wu Ming stood up. Mr. Su suddenly chimed in, Ha. It seems that the two young trainers are very motivated. Then, let's use the F-grade evolution food that you're best at. What do you think? Sure. Wu Ming and Lu Gaoan nodded at the same time. Good. I will give you 5 minutes to pick the herbs, and then we will officially start. Mr. Su waved his hand. Immediately, several bodyguards pushed 4 moving shelves into the banquet hall. Everyone looked over and saw that the shelves were filled with all kinds of herbs. The total price was at least 100 million. Rich. This word popped into everyone's mind. Even Wu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself that Mr. Su was indeed rich. He could take out herbs that were worth hundreds of millions so easily. This made Wu Ming even more determined to become a high-rank beast tamer and trainer. You can pick any herbs you want, but each person only has 2 chances to mix the ingredients. If you fail twice, it will be a complete failure, Mr. Su said into the microphone. All right, please pick your herbs first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gaohan immediately rushed down from the small stage, wanted to get his hands on the herbs before Wu Ming. However, due to the battle between the red-comb rooster and the nether wolf earlier, the ground was uneven. He accidentally stepped on a hole and fell flat on his face in front of everyone. Aya! Lu Gaohan cried out in pain, holding his nose. One of his front teeth was broken, and he looked very miserable. Ha ha ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Gaohan slammed his fist on the ground, gritting his teeth. When Lu Gaohan got up, he realized that Wu Ming had already picked out 2 sets of herbs and was standing in front of a table that had just been moved over. Damn it, Lu Gaohan couldn't care less about his image. He hurriedly picked out 2 sets of herbs and stood in front of another table. It seems that the 2 trainers have already picked out their herbs. Next, let us give them a round of applause. Mr. Su was very good at livening up the atmosphere. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered and clapped. At this moment, Lu Gaohan waved his hand in a certain direction. Immediately, a bodyguard in a black trench coat carried a large box to the nearby area. He took out a reactor, an evaporator, a furnace, and other special equipment and started to assemble them on the spot. Mr. Su walked to Lu Gaohan's side and asked, Lu Gaohan, what kind of evolution food do you want to mix? How long will it take? Lu Gaohan said proudly, I'm mixing an F-grade speed food. I only need half an hour to produce the finished product. The speed is several times faster than the normal method. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Very impressive. Mr. Su gave him a thumbs up. Then, he looked at Wu Ming, and his expression suddenly became very surprised. This was because Wu Ming only took out a balance, a reactor, a chopping board, a small knife, a grinding rod, and other simple tools. Trainer Wu Ming only has a few tools. Does he not have an evaporator? Mr. Su let out a surprised voice, attracting everyone's attention. All the guests looked at this scene and were stunned. Lu Gaohan laughed and mocked. This is the biggest joke in the world. You don't even need an evaporator. Don't you even know the boiling crystallization method? At this moment, Mr. Su handed the microphone to Wu Ming. I'm not using the boiling crystallization method. Wu Ming said, Tisk, in my opinion, you don't even know the boiling crystallization method. Lu Gaohan mocked. Wu Ming was very calm and said, I really don't know the boiling crystallization method. After all, this method is too outdated. Moreover, the quality of the evolved food is too low. There's no need to learn it at all. As soon as he said that, everyone was silent. Chapter 30. Lu Gaohan's eyes widened as he sneered. Are you looking down on the boiling crystallization method? Could it be that you're using the ancient alchemy method invented by the A-rank master Wu Tianxua? Under everyone's stunned gaze, Wu Ming nodded and said, Yes, the method I'm going to use is a brand new refining method derived from the ancient alchemy method. What I'm going to refine is also an F-grade speed food. As for the time, 3 minutes should be enough. Everyone burst out laughing. The commonly used boiling crystallization method took at least 20 minutes. Lu Gaohan claimed that he could make it in half an hour, but not many people believed him. They all thought he would need at least an hour. In the end, Wu Ming only needed 3 minutes? What a braggart. Oh my God. Many people looked at him with disdain. Only third Tyrant Huang had a calm expression as he muttered, Brother Wu is being modest again. Under the situation where the ingredients are mixed, it doesn't even take 3 minutes. It doesn't even take half a minute to finish. Yin Tong and Su Qianqian both widened their eyes when they heard Huang Samba's muttering. Their beautiful faces were filled with disbelief. 3 minutes? Was that really possible? The two of them were in disbelief. If it was true, then wouldn't Wu Ming's efficiency in mixing the evolution food be off the charts. Others would need an hour to make one, but he could make dozens of them in an hour. Even if the price and quality were the same, Wu Ming could take the route of crushing others with quantity. His competitiveness among his peers was high. When Lu Gaoan heard that Wu Ming was really going to use the ancient alchemy method, he was stunned at first, then he burst out laughing. You want to make an F-rank speed food in 3 minutes? Do you think everyone is a fool who can be fooled? Many guests also looked as if they had a common enemy, thinking that Wu Ming's answer was an insult to their intelligence. Even Elder Su's mouth was wide open, showing an exaggerated expression. It seems that our trainer Wu Ming is very confident. In that case, could he really complete the concoction of an F-grade speed food in 3 minutes? Let's wait and see. Elder Su held the microphone and spoke in a deep voice. Then, Elder Su put the microphone in front of Wu Ming's mouth. I have no reason to lie to you, Wu Ming said into the microphone. By the way, when can we start? I'm waiting for dinner. Lu Gaohan laughed loudly. You still want to eat? More like eating farts. If Wu Ming had said that he could concoct the F-grade speed food in an hour, he would have thought that Wu Ming was very confident and arrogant. But now he said that he had mastered a new refining method that was derived from ancient alchemy methods and only needed 3 minutes to concoct it. That was an insult to other people's intelligence. You don't believe me? Wu Ming shrugged helplessly. If you can concoct an evolutionary food in 3 minutes. Oh no, 10 minutes. As long as you can do it in 10 minutes, I'll eat this rock on the spot. Lu Gaoan looked around on the ground and picked up a hard piece of rock as he laughed. Okay, then hurry up and eat the rock, Wu Ming said calmly. Lu Gaohan's eyes narrowed like a poisonous snake that was about to bite. He said coldly, You're still so stubborn. You're asking for a beating. I'll let you know the price of arrogance later. Then Lu Gaoan bowed to Elder Su and said, Elder Su, I ask when we start? I can't wait to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Since both sides are full of fighting spirit, then let's start. Elder Su also wanted to see if Wu Ming had the ability. It's finally starting. Lu Gaohan immediately took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of dark eyes. Then his expression became serious, and he began to concoct the evolutionary food. Lu Gaohan's movements were very skillful. Cutting the herbs, weighing, mixing, and distilling, all the movements were done in one go and were pleasing to the eye. When the guests saw this, they all gave him a thumbs up. Haha, well done. Li Mao laughed and was very proud. His pair of greedy eyes looked at Su Qianqian and Yin Tong with ridicule. Then he cast a mocking look at Wu Ming. Why isn't Wu Ming doing anything? Yeah, this guy doesn't even have an evaporator. Was what he said just now just bragging? What do you know? This is called the calmness of an expert. The guests discussed animatedly, and some even began to mock him. Wu Ming was very calm in the face of such gossip. First, he drank a cup of tea and looked at the time. There were only 2 minutes left. He felt that it was time to start. Okay, let's start. Wu Ming took out the herbs that he had already selected and chopped them on the chopping board. Then, use a grinding stick to grind them into powder or paste. The whole process took 1.5 minutes. After that, Wu Ming spent 10 seconds to put the herbs into the reactor. He held the reactor high with both hands and said to Lu Gaohan in a loud voice, Lu Gaohan, are you not going to eat the stones yet? As soon as Su Ping finished his words, the herbs in the reactor melted on their own while everyone watched in astonishment. Then, a strange aroma spread out, more enticing than the delicious food on the table. The next second, all the pets were thrilled. Oh. The rooster flapped its wings. It wanted to go up and eat the herbs. What is going on? Look, the herbs in the reactor are melting on their own. Is this the ancient alchemy skill? The guests stood up in surprise. Their eyes were wide open. The arrogance and disdain they had before were gone. All that was left in them was curiosity. Lu Gaohan stared at the reactor in Wu Ming's hand with his eyes wide open. How is that possible? Lu Gaohan gasped. There is no fluctuation of energy. How can the herbs react? Lu Gaohan racked his brains, but could not figure out what was going on. Even Su Du Huang was dumbfounded. He stared at the 100 evolutionary foods that had taken shape in the reactor and swallowed his saliva. Okay, I have finished. Mr. Su, how long did it take me? Wu Ming poured the evolutionary food in the reactor into a wooden box, then showed a warm smile to Su Lao and asked in a friendly tone. Su Du Huang looked at the stopwatch at once. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. No, I think there's a delay. So you finished the class F evolutionary food in 3 minutes. That is incredible. No way. Lu Gaohan screamed. Only 3 minutes had passed. His reactor had not even heated up yet. How could Wu Ming have made the evolutionary food? It must be fake. Let's ask a professional appraiser to see if it is real or not. Wu Ming handed the wooden box to Butler Lin, who was standing nearby. Butler Lin smiled at Wu Ming. Then he sat on the small stage, took the professional detection instrument from the hands of several bodyguards, and began to measure. Lu Gaoan had stopped and was watching from the side. If Wu Ming really made the Class F food, he would lose the competition. Of course, there was no need to continue. But if Wu Ming failed, it would not be too late to start again. On the small stage, Butler Lin took the equipment and tested it. His expression gradually lost control. He could no longer maintain his calm and elegance. Instead, he showed an exaggerated expression of shock. Molecular activity, 99%. Quality, superior. Butler Lin stood up and announced the result excitedly. Once the announcement was made, the whole place went silent. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.